Oh yeah, I gave them something akin to like a hero point in Fate, and I'm just like, there's no way I can even really be pissed, because when they did actually manage to screw up, it was up to my dice to decide what happened, and every time they rolled, it would be like high or low on a D100. They scored within 5% of the top available thing, and I'm just like, what the hell? Then at the very end, because there were 5 players, I was like, everybody pick a single percentile on a D100. Dice Bomb's husband chose 40 fucking 2. I roll my dice, and I'm just like, after this session, we need to talk, because it rolled 42, and I'm sitting here just like,
how?
You know what? The man reached into the Aether, plucked a number, and presented it to me. And my God, and I'm like, I want to be mad about this, but I am just more like, you guys deserve a round of applause.
Exactly.
They made the magic happen.
And that exactly, and that is the like 100% reason I play tabletop RPGs like this, is because shit like that can happen, and there's absolutely nothing I could do to oppose it aside from like, all right, Dungeon Master foot going down, but that's just not. That's not
the way you want to play the game.
Exactly.
I very much am a fan of those moments when everything just seems to fall right in line for the group, and they're like, this. There was when I used to DM for the Pathfinder Society, there's one scenario where basically you meet a guy at a bar and he's like, yeah, well, you know, I'm supposed to like own this bar, blah, 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 and all this, but the guy who like was like in business with me somehow like stole the deed and had to change it around, but I'm pretty sure the original still has me listed as like the sole owner. So you have to break into this person's house, a mansion, of course. Break in, find the deed, absolve them of the crime. Type of thing the Pathfinders do. It's very morally gray. You're breaking the law, but you're breaking the law to help a person who is wrong. So it's like, eh. Now, this family was playing it at the time. It was like a wife and 4 kids and the dad. The wife and the 4 kids had no problem doing it for their characters, but the daddy's like, no, I'm a paladin, made an oath never to break a law, so my character can't do that. He just wouldn't do that. And of course, instead of forcing him into it, I was like, by all means, you couldn't do that. And he's like, but you did also get the other information about smugglers in the area that were also tied into the whole situation of the guy was working with the smugglers, which is why he tried to cheat him out of the bar. So he decided he was going to go into that mission. Now, this is a mission that's like designed for, the encounter is designed for a team, and he's a single paladin. It's a river at night that they just basically use a barge to bring all the goods down in the night when nobody's looking. Him standing on top of the bridge in his full plate armor hops off of the bridge onto the barge. Immediately causes all panic of the 4 bandits that are on there. One of them is a druid and calls their pet alligator to also come into the fight. And this one paladin single-handedly Batman beat the hell out of this entire group. Didn't kill anybody. Forced them to submit and broke their will that they wanted to give up and just not want to fight anymore, including the alligator.
And I've dealt with alligators before in real life. Those are ornery sons of bitches.
Exactly. Like, the alligator was designed and supposed to want to fight all the way to the end, but he broke everybody, including the druid controlling the alligator, and made the druid command the alligator to stand down after he had knocked it out already anyway. He did all non-lethal damage, crushed everybody. Meanwhile, after the 2 minutes it took him to completely destroy the smuggling ring, the other group is struggling handily with the traps in the house. They've caught the house on fire. All hell is breaking loose. Guards are being called. And just the dad was just sitting there at the table kind of looking at them all and kind of like, made a bad choice, didn't you? And they just all kind of looked at him with this look like, we don't want to hear that right now. We don't want to die. Like, we're trying to figure out how not to die right now.
That's funny.
Smug is on hold until life can be preserved. Shut up.
Mm-hmm. One of those brilliant moments that I love, where you do what your character would do, but you do it in the best way possible, because your character still wants to preserve themselves. They don't want to die.
Yeah.
Uno memento. Connor made chocolate chip cookies and he wants me to try one because my son is
Oh,
into
damn.
baking now.
Oh,
Hey, there you go.
Not that I'm not full, but I'm also not against trying out free cookies that I didn't have to make.
But say there's always room in the dessert stomach.
All right.
I mean, I'm not.
Incock, shut up.
Nice.
That's one of those moments. Like, Incock,
Nice
shut
and
up.
soft and too okay, chewy, nice and soft. I like it. I like it.
Though to be fair, a long time ago, my sister for Christmas got an easy bake oven. Me and my brother decided one day we were bored as shit, had nothing in the house to eat, so he said, "Fuck it." We grabbed her easy bake oven and started baking cookies with that shit. She never got to use it.
That's because you're an asshole.
Look,
Yeah,
in his
Well,
defense, they got a hold of it first.
Actually, in my defense, these motherfuckers would wake me up in the middle of my sleep, knowing damn well if you don't wake me up fully, I won't remember the conversation, and would steal money from me.
You are an accessory to assholes.
I feel like you were finessed, which is different than stealing. They
I
caught
was unaware.
That is called gaslighting, my friend.
I was still in a sleep like state. I could not condone. It's like I don't want to compare it to that.
I was gonna say it's true. You couldn't give consent because you weren't aware of your actions in the moment, which is understandable. Though in a court of law, I would legally say, how can that be quantified of when they were in their right emotions if I asked and they gave full consent of knowing who I was and seemed aware?
Trust me, I'd never seem aware. I am half asleep. I'm barely talking. And most of the time, if I'm talking, it's because I want you to shut up so I can go back to sleep.
Yeah, that's Incock. Speaking from personal experience.
The easiest thing to do is just get Incog sleep deprived, and then he's an accessory to anything and just about everything.
Actually, believe
Yes.
it or not, sleep deprivation is not something easily done to me. It's once I'm asleep, and then you try to wake me up, and I don't fully wake up is when you can get things from me, but you can't get me to get out of bed.
Again, also true.
All right. All sounds good to me. How's everybody doing?
No, well, I think most of us are alright.
I'm good.
I mean, last night was funny as shit.
I'm good.
Good to hear. All right. Well, we are back, of course, with another game of Aegis Academy for y'all.
Oh, before I even forget, I need my character sheet.
Character
Nope.
sheet, dice, drink, and snack, people.
No,
We
dice.
know this song and dance.
The dice stay in my near in my desk, so they're never far from reach.
That's always good.
All right, character sheet's up. Good to go.
All right, then. Everyone remember what happened last session? Do we need to recap?
Sin's trying to kill himself.
Yeah,
I
that's
almost
the
killed
last thing I heard.
Xavier.
I'm not trying to kill myself.
You did not kill Xavier, but you did fucking wreck his shit.
And now he's on
What?
house arrest.
Dungeon arrest.
Are we?
It's Xavier, it's the same thing.
Or are we? I don't know anymore.
No, we're under freaking what do they call it? Witness protection at this point
Yes.
in time.
Oh, yeah, that would
We've
be more
upgraded. We went from house arrest to witness protection.
No, I think it's more like
special custody.
house arrest
Protective custody
to
or
Secret
something.
Service, basically.
Yeah, that's a good
Terminology.
comparison too.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I don't blame them. Can you blame them for all the things that you guys have gotten into if they are at their wits' end of what to do with you?
Oh hell no!
No. Hell, yes, I do blame him. Fuck him.
really are
Let's cut them a little bit of slack. If they were actually there with us for the entirety of it, they would have done so much more. We would be having, granted, lavish betting in the dungeon because that's the safest place for our asses.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah.
Fine.
So the fact that we're still in our own room, that's a plus.
Exactly.
Me as a player will take that as a plus. Sin still's got a lot of shit to figure out.
I feel you.
That's valid.
Tahlu's feeling very much like a prisoner. Like, look, I don't care what color the walls are. A prison's a prison.
I mean, that's also a way to think about it.
Words were never said.
So to bring things back for y'all, it was a fairly good session. Look, you guys survived the encounter with Tenebris and Suzaku. Kinda.
Mostly.
I mean, we are all alive. We are
Survived the
all alive.
Genjutsu version of them. That's not.
I mean,
Yeah,
look,
we got leveled by that.
look, you didn't die, okay, technically, and you didn't. I mean,
Yes,
you got scathed.
yes, we did.
You got
we
scathed.
did
You
die.
didn't get away unscathed, but you survived, okay?
One of us did die,
One of
sir.
us did it, bro.
Temporarily. Look, life of an adventurer, okay? That's bound to happen sometimes.
The bullshit.
Wow.
Look, being the one that has gone to the other side and come back, I mean, it is going to be a very big insult in the sense of, like, I hurt a facsimile of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's kind of one of those, we entered training room level 10 and training room level 10 spat us out. And the instructor came up and was like, you do realize that training room level 10 is only like 50% of the actual real world, right?
Yeah.
To be fair, I feel like in some cases, even that would have killed somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Like
It did.
and
It killed
okay.
Adam. It
Let me
killed...
correct myself.
Zen-
It would have killed people more thoroughly.
It almost killed Get.
No.
Okay,
We are looking at the aftermath of it. It was done properly. They killed 4 of us. Adam, Zayak, Zanzanik, and myself.
Had it been done properly, we would have all been dead, and they would have had a Godkiller.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Well,
that was their plan.
Mm-hmm.
That was the
Yes.
goal. Whether that was a fake version of them or not, they've. At that point, it's more the idea of like we shouldn't need to be there because they're not going to be an issue.
Well, that was also hubris of my sister, the Jade Shadow, and the anger you managed to instill in Raphael that gave us that reprieve.
I mean, even for them, you have to imagine that gathering all of them from wherever they are and getting them magically transported to this island wouldn't be a simple task to do it in the amount of time they were given either. So they did what they could.
They failed either way.
Also
How does that feel?
I mean, you can imagine it didn't go too well on their side.
Yeah,
Yes,
considering
exactly.
Suzaku was there too, and he. A bunch of damn kids.
Yeah, Suzaku is
It
very
worked
much
for
the
them
definition
meddling
of,
kids.
he's the definition of fuck them kids.
Yeah, that butterfly blade of his hurts, fake or not.
Oh yeah, it felt very real. It felt very, very real.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you able to turn your camera on, Ace?
I am not. My camera's been janky the last couple of days. For some reason, it's still showing it's active and on, though it does not work at all. And this was my lazy weekend after a busy yesterday, and I was going to do it, but then I got a friend hit me up to offer to do a free photo shoot, and I was like, I'm not about to say no to free professional photos as an actor, so yeah. So,
Oh, yeah.
yes. Ideally, eventually, sometime this week, I'm going to attempt to change this thing out. That's the plan. It was the plan last week. It's going to be the plan still this week.
All I know is Gatling gun, Sonic Speed, Teemo was fucking fun as shit.
It's a whole nother damn game.
I don't care, man. I'm still on this shit. I was having so much fun just running around the map.
If you think that's fun, wait till you try a melee character and you see how much damage you do in addition to that. Huh. All right. So you all have returned. We last left off Team Moonshadow had just been addressed by Sprada with an apology for everything that had happened to you, and that his personal guarantee that it was no longer going to be an issue. Not really clarifying what that was going to say. He had called in. There's two things that was going to happen. One, the school's therapist had deemed that you all need to have a full psych evaluation, where if you do not pass it, you will not be allowed to continue at Aegis Academy, to which Sprada has agreed due to the massive amounts of trauma you've been through. In addition to that,
that's right.
he has also called in a favor and asked for an old friend of his to come in and be your personal team leader, for lack of a better word, or liaison from the upper body of a trained and highly skilled professional adventurer to look over you. As others doing so, looking at Zalider, haven't seemed to have done so successfully. So, taking that upon himself to be able to go in there and have someone do it himself, to which he called in his friend Trenton Leone, who is technically the absconded crown prince of the Elven nation of Hyphalion to the west, which the huge forest basically covers like a third of the entire continent. And as such, he went on a trip with Sin to the Temple of the Raven Queen, to which he watched Sin strip down, and once he had entered and enter a pool of a dark red liquid and submerge himself. That is where we had last left off with everybody. Any cool things anybody wants to mark down to remember?
Sin's about to die.
She is not dying.
Possibly, yeah.
Hopefully. His
I
community.
love the step forward of confidence and then a quick recoil of hopefully. You're putting all the confidence in the world
noticed
in
that.
it.
No worry, I believe in you, Sin.
I believe you're gonna make a nice fur coat.
Yeah. I
Wow.
believe it was a nice one, yeah.
That's it.
Wow.
We'll make some leather boots.
Leather boots? Why?
And they're gonna be made of snake skin.
That's not leather, sir.
It will be leathered after I'm done tanning it.
I mean, snake leather is a thing, isn't it? Snake skin.
It is technically a thing. They do have
Yeah.
snake skins. So there is such thing as snake leather.
So it's good to know that all of that is possible. So with that, we will bring ourselves back into where we left off with Sin. Beneath the pool of red liquid that is completely still, closed in, holding your breath, feeling it burn in your lungs, as it's been over a minute now as you're floating in the darkness, and that bit of panic is starting to set in that this might not work. What are you choosing to do?
I feel like I have to thank her and then promise to do everything that I can to repay that kindness, so I have to see her. I'm gonna fight it.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and stay.
Make a will save, please, at advantage.
Okay, 18 plus my will is 27.
Okay. With that, you have the mental capacity to be able to stay calm and focused, and you continue to hold your breath as it begins to... You're still able to hold your breath solidly, but with your sharp mind and the way that it already works, you already realize if you've held your breath now for at least 2 minutes, and you don't know how much longer you can hold on to it. Back to the rest of Team Moonshadow. You all have been told that you can head back to your rooms, and that Narabeth, the counselor, will be coming to speak with each of you and have you brought to her office to be able to speak about things.
Alright, thumbs up, let's do this.
I will be meditating until it's my turn.
Excellent.
Ruin will be continuing his normal workout.
Also sounds good. What?
Curled up in bed with Shoki.
Okay.
I thought we were in the auditorium.
You were, but you were taken back to your room.
Oh, okay. Then I get that memo.
Which students who see you still kind of stare at you guys oddly as you have a full like guard walking you through the hallways. They're like, the fuck?
It's like, yeah, we did some shit. Don't worry about it.
All the whispers still as always, because it's a school.
Yep.
Rumor mill and gossip hounds abound.
I would say back at the room, Tahlu would probably just start copying the journal from one book to another, from one book to the journal, from journal to journal.
That's something.
All
Ron's going to continue to go through that book now. He mentioned journal. I was like, I'm going to go through that book of Percy's that I had copied.
All right.
See what I can find in there.
You find a bookmark.
Sounds legit.
All right. With that, as you guys have not been back 5 minutes, you hear a knocking at the door as Kristoff opens the door. And he comes in and gives a slight look. And as he looks around the room, his eyes land on Luna. And he said the therapist would like to speak to you first.
Ew. Yeah.
Good luck.
I start my meditation and I get up and I walk towards the door. And don't hurry.
And with that, as you step out, Jorgi is kind of standing over there and he kind of gives a nod and begins to walk with you.
Okay.
And as he walks through the hallway, you know, students seem to really like Jorgi to kind of give him a wave, like, hey, hey. And he calls out to each of them by name. You're like, oh, well, fuck. Okay.
Well, that's nice.
But yeah, high fives and stuff abound. And people kind of don't see that you're walking behind them till they like walk past and like, oh, some people kind of jump at you like, oosh.
Because it's me or just because they didn't see me?
Make a sense motive check.
Okay, 1 moment. I don't like that.
All the more reason for them to jump away from you.
Oh, and I forgot where Luna is.
Unbeknownst to you, you're giving them resting bitch face.
Yeah.
Don't know why all of y'all are fucking mad. Because, I mean, you got a fireball in your hand. It's kind of just pulled out the situation right here on everybody.
We're level 9. Okay. Sense motive. That is a dirty 20.
Okay, all together with that, as you kind of look around, you get the feeling that a lot of people are, it's a combination of both. Some people are just shocked because they didn't see you at all. Other people recognize you and they're like, ooh, fuck, whoa, I got too close to her.
I don't bite without consent, man.
I mean...
Yeah, but from their perspective, we're the animals that should be kept in the cages.
I mean...
Oh, that's sad.
You
But
are
yeah,
technically a whole-ass murderer.
I am.
That's still a thing. I keep forgetting.
I am a whole ass murderer.
Right. Other
It's
students...
accidental murder, but sure.
Hey, look, say it in a court of law. With that, as you kind of walk through and you walk back towards the teacher's tower, you see that Jorgi actually walks past the teacher's tower, past a little quad area, and from what you can see, there seems to be this kind of dark red brick building that seems to be about 2 stories tall that has a chimney on it. It's not where Tempest's cabin is, but it's kind of further to the west, kind of a bit further off in the way that you guys normally don't go, past the arena. It's like, oh, there's some shit over here still. And as you get up to the door, Jorgi gives a knock, and you just hear a voice says, "She can come in. Please wait outside, Jorgie. But Jorgie kind of gives a nod and gives a look to you like, whew, okay. And opens the door up for you and motions that you can go inside.
I look. You look like I should be nervous or something? Why does he look like that?
I mean, he just looks relieved not to have to go inside.
Oh. Okay. There could be multiple reasons for that.
Very true. Okay, so as you walk yourself inside, you feel the door close behind you. You see that this seems to look very much like a very warm and neutral place. There's a lot of kind of dark browns and greens and a few oranges. There's a beautiful tapestry of a rug that extends from the doorway into the space. And you see that it seems to be a large open space where there seems to be a couple of couches, a couple of pillows that can be sat on the floor, all kind of centered around what looks to be this kind of larger dark green leather chair. To which you see that this elven woman is sitting there with her leg crossed with a clipboard and looks to be a quill to write with, and ink on a small side table, along with a couple of different journals. And she kind of waves over to you and she kind of motions to all the different things you can sit on, including a fainting couch that's in a light pink chiffon. Did she freeze? Shame. All shame.
Shame.
Well, while she unfreezes, we'll come back to you.
Computer might have died, yeah.
More than likely. We'll come back to you, Sin, as you are sitting there and you can start to feel that burn of when your lungs have reached their limit, even from when you've taken a full breath. As you're kind of not so much treading in the blood, more that you're kind of floating there within it. But your feet of don't touch any ground beneath you.
Can you take...
Okay.
My bad.
It's all good. We figured something happened. All
Yeah.
right. So with that, as you are sitting there and you feel the floating going on, Sin, and you feel your lungs begin to burn, you feel you're almost at that edge of where you're about to instinctively still attempt to take a breath, just because your lungs are burning and desiring air at this point.
Kind of that natural instinct.
Oh, yes, indeed. I would say make a fortitude save to see if you can stop yourself from doing that.
Plus 6, 25.
All right, with that, you kind of hold your eyes and you're able to kind of control yourself by kind of squeezing in on yourself, constricting your movement as much as possible. So you are able to stop yourself from instinctively trying to take a breath while submersed.
Okay.
But you can feel the lack of oxygen as you kind of begin to drip off from consciousness. As your thoughts start to become more scattered. A bit frantic, but more scattered as you're trying to focus and think of the things that you need to try to reach out. And the last thing that you remember is that everything goes black. As for you, Luna, as you were sitting in this room where there's a bunch of different seats that you can sit upon, including pillows on the floor, and the therapist, Narabeth, is sitting in a green dark leather chair where she has what seems to be some type of notepad along with pen and quills and different journals sitting to the side.
I very much like the vibe of this room. And the green. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very much very open and filled, has plants and stuff all around inside.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I would, there's a desk, you said, or no?
No, there's no desk. It's just an open kind of sitting area with her sitting in just the big leather green chair.
I would just walk in and stand there and look around, waiting for an invitation to sit down, because I wouldn't Yeah.
She does motion for you to take any seat that you like with a smile.
Okay. There. You said there's a couch.
There is a couch. It's also in the same dark green as the chair.
I will sit on the dark green couch.
She kind of smiles at you and says, that actually happens to be my favorite couch, as it matches my favorite chair. You have good taste.
I rub it and say I really like the color.
So you're partial to green?
Very.
Which she kind of motions to your hair and says, I also do love the green streak in your hair.
Thank you. Can I say it was natural?
You can.
Yeah, it's natural.
It's very becoming.
Thank you.
I just want to put you at ease, Luna. This isn't meant to be some type of test that's pass or fail. I just want to make sure that you're okay.
I mean, I guess. What is okay?
Well, you have gone through quite a lot for a first-year student here at Aegis Academy. You've gone through quite a lot even for an experienced adventurer at this point. I want to know, how do you feel about what's happened so far?
Well, obviously traumatized from seeing my friend die. I mean, a lot of the other stuff is, I mean, it's kind of a lot, but I don't remember the fight. I do know what happened, but I didn't experience it. I don't remember because I took a drink. I don't know, man.
And you see her kind of like take a moment, like with her left hand, she kind of reaches over to the little desk on her left hand side, dips in the quill and kind of writes something down with a little. So you spoke about the fight. What about the fight exactly are you mentioning? Are you referencing the contest and the battle against Team Dark Shadow?
Yes.
And how did that make you feel?
Knowing that it happened, like trash. Like I could have prevented it. Like I could have done something.
And you see her kind of write something down, another. And did you want to do something, Luna?
Yeah, but I didn't know what to do. I think that's why I gave up leadership.
Interesting. You see her. So that's why you feel that you stepped down as the leader of Team Moonshadow, even though it was the top team in its year so far and continues to be.
I nod my head.
Let's see here. Let's speak about a different subject. Maybe one not as morbid. Huh?
Sure.
And she kind of smiles at you and she says, let's talk about Artemis.
Ooh.
What about Artemis?
Artemis left the team while you were the team leader, correct?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I mean, they said they had personal things to take care of.
And that was all that was said? There was no further explanation? There's been no contact? They haven't written to you?
I mean, no, I'm assuming they're pretty busy. I'm assuming they're pretty busy. I don't know if she knows.
No, Artemis never shared that she's a champion.
Okay, so yeah, I would have just caught myself and been like, yeah, I think she's pretty busy.
Busy enough that she would leave an academy that she requested to come through, that she wanted to train at, without any real rhyme or reason.
I shrugged my shoulders and say, shit happens.
And you see her kind of look and says, shit happens, and kind of nods her head, and you see her kind of lean over and begin to write some more. She writes for like 30 seconds.
I just start tapping my foot.
Apologies. I wanted to make sure that I was being very clear in my dissertation and report.
I shake my head and put my hand out as if it wasn't a problem. Nope.
Of course. With that being said, let's speak about this other teammate. And you see her kind of pull up a sheet of paper and look at it. One known as Luna. Let me see. Luna, you had a Naomi Song on your team, also correct?
Yes.
Also a fellow Tiefling?
Yes.
Reports say here that the first day that you all met each other in the courtyard, you actually defended her from being harassed by what looks to be another student.
You guys saw that?
She kind of looks back down at the paper. Yes, the students are always being evaluated when they first arrive here, from the moment that you arrive until through the contest.
Well, yeah, I just stepped in when I saw that she was alone. I mean, when I saw that someone was trying to prey on her. I mean, yeah, I feel like anybody would do that.
So you feel that she was being preyed upon?
It's just guys being guys. How they treat women. I mean, you know.
And she marches down and says, mm-hmm. You hear none of the scritch, 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 scritch. With that, now everyone was alone then, but you did remark that you said you saw her alone, and you felt that you needed to come to her aid. You felt that she was in danger.
No, I did not. I did not actually mean to say that because she wasn't alone. Because we were in the team group thing at that point. Right?
Yeah. And you see her kind of take something down and kind of like mark something out on the paper. Kind of cross it out. Interesting. From this report here, it says that you encountered also the Shadowfield during the initial training, the evaluation.
Yes, indeed I did. We all did.
It shows that it says here you encountered, she seems to be looking at something. They're kind of flipping back and forth between some pages. Something that's just simply listed as redacted.
Yeah, it was an experience. I mean, but we survived.
Yes.
We're here.
Apparently the headmaster and some of the other fellow teachers had to go in to rescue you from this flip of the paper, redacted, and unfortunately it ended with the death of Captain Boone.
I just look at the ground and nod my head.
How does that make you feel, Luna? Do you feel responsible?
I mean, I couldn't have predicted that going left would make us encounter redacted.
That's very understandable, Luna. You have been through quite a lot. And you see her stand up at this moment and walk towards the stove that's off to the far side of the room. And just as she gets to it, it actually begins to whistle as there's a pot that's steaming there. And she begins to pour out a little bit of water. And she kind of nods to you and says, "Would you like some tea?"
Sure.
I find it helps me relax. And she pours some of the tea and seems to steep the pot. And then brings the tray over and sits it on a little small table in the middle. Which is odd, because a moment ago you would have swore there was no goddamn table right in front of the couch, but a table is there. She kind of sits it down in this dark grained wood and pours out the cup of tea for you out of this beautiful white porcelain with gold trim.
Okay. Very pretty cup.
And as she takes a sip, she says, "Well, Luna, let me get directly to the point. Do you feel that you are capable of continuing as a student here at Aegis Academy? Do you feel that you will be safe and capable?"
I mean, I've never felt safe. I don't know if I feel capable either. I mean, that's yet to be proven, though. I mean, people say being the first team means something. I don't know, it just seems like we always get ourselves into a lot of trouble, but I feel like that's also not particularly our fault, but more of a wrong place, wrong time all the time.
And you see her immediately begin to write more things on the sheet of paper. And this time she writes for about 2 minutes straight. Just scribble, scribble,
my
scribble,
goodness.
scribble, scribble.
Oh my goodness.
And then she looks over towards you and just kind of stands up and says, as far as this final incident that was on Aegis Academy Island, how did that make you feel?
Scared and sad and hopeless when I saw my team leader's dead body.
And she just kind of looks sad for a moment and says, you poor girl.
I give her kind of like a disgusted look, like a bitch what?
Oh God.
And then you see her mark something down, and then you see her kind of circle it and then kind of strike out. It says, well, thank you very much, Luna. You've been more than illuminating to the situation, and I thank you for your candor and honesty. Would you like a hug? And she kind of slowly opens her arms.
No, thank you.
But she simply puts her hands down and says, I understand. It could be difficult to be that trusting, given all that's happened.
It's more that I feel like you're giving me pity when I don't need pity.
Interesting. And you see her reach back over now with her right hand, write something down with a scribble, scribble, scribble. But thank you very much, Luna.
I nod my head and walk out.
And as you see there, Jorgi seemingly sitting outside plucking the petals off of a flower and kind of stands up when you are like, I was ready the whole time. Yeah.
Don't let me stop you.
He kind of looks like, well, technically I'm not supposed to do that. And you see him just kind of put the flower back down, and kind of like fake plant it in the ground, half the petals gone.
You're not supposed to enjoy yourself and look at a flower?
Something that Professor Issa said about plucking flowers and killing the plant life and stuff.
That I do agree with.
It just kind of winks at you like, so this never happened, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And he walks you back to the room.
Redacted.
As for you, Sin, if you would roll a fortitude save for me at disadvantage. Actually, no. You took off the Deathwalker's Ward, right?
Yes.
Then yes, at disadvantage.
Wow, 16 and 4. So a fortitude of 10.
Nice. Well, on the bright side, you all of a sudden take a deep gasping breath as you as you are looking up, and you can see that Trenton is standing over you along with Father Para, and you can feel the cold marble floor of the temple as you stare up at the apex of the dome roof above you. And you just see Trenton is kind of has a hand on your head, says it's okay, you're fine, everything is all right, we're right here. Take deep, slow breaths, and he's maintaining eye contact with you and trying to talk slowly to kind of still your racing heart at the moment as your mind is trying to put together what just happened.
I'll probably try to just sit up and then start to cry softly. Not like deep sobbing or anything, but
Like a whimper?
yeah, I know I'm being scolded, but I asked for this. It's just painful for it to come true.
And with that, Trenton, misunderstanding, kind of reaches into you and begins to like give you a hug and says it's okay. Everything's all right, and kind of gently strokes your hair, which is very reminiscent to the way that your sister used to do when you were little. And just kind of holds you close and says, "It's okay. Everything is all right. Everything is quite all right." And it's oddly, even though you've just met this man, it's a very calming presence. Why that may be, you're not fully sure at the moment, but it is very soothing.
How does it feel seeing your father be a father figure to somebody else's son?
Damn.
Petty.
Damn, I knew it was nighttime, but I didn't think it would get this dark.
Oh shit! Damn, I was like, it's not even midnight yet.
Damn, we throwing strays early. Shit.
I feel like that was coming from a place of hurt. Dealing with that psychiatrist just now. And Hassan's just he's just like the bystander in this.
Trying to say that now Alex is projecting because Luna got hurt.
I am.
Pretty much. God damn.
Just need to tell Maribeth about that. Be like, you know what? Let me tell you about Luna, okay?
No, I just think it's funny because he's been stuck in a sword.
Yeah, that does happen.
He's still stuck.
That's still a thing that happens, unfortunately. I mean,
He's stuck in another sword.
also big facts.
Oh yeah. He is. Huh.
He got out for like a week and then went right back in.
Damn.
That's some bullshit.
That happens, man.
That's like one of my, like, yeah. That's
It
some
was to help
bullshit.
us too. It was all my fault.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alex.
You're welcome.
So hold on, time out. First it's your fault, and now you're mocking him for something that you caused. Damn.
Legit.
I didn't cause him being in the first one. At least not that I know of. Not yet, at least. But for the second one, we were trying to get a sword. We touched it instead. I mean, I didn't touch it. A character who is not smart touched it, and he went inside the sword. And Trinitas went inside the sword to take his place because somebody had to be in there. And that was a week after he got out of another sword.
Yeah.
Big self-sacrifice.
It's a whole
guy.
thing.
He's that type of guy. But with that, you feel calm and comforted, as you can see that the father seems to be wiping blood away from you.
The father.
Mm-hmm.
Start to clean myself up with prestidigitation as well.
What you do when you cast it, it's odd. Normally it's kind of sparkly, kind of like gemstone sparkling when you cast a spell. This time it seems like a black ash that kind of just seems to fade off of you and leaves you clean.
That's definitely going to get a couple of raised eyebrows from Sin in the sense of like,
Why?
I mastered this spell when I was like, 5. Why is it suddenly different?
I would say that you can easily see while Triton and Father Para seem to notice it and give a look to each other. Neither of them speaks about it.
JD.
They seem more concerned about your care and safe being. But Triton helps you get redressed.
I probably won't want to put on the Deathwalker's ward for right now. I'll probably just change back into my old cloak and neatly pack the ward away.
All right. To which you're able to do, which Triton seems to note but doesn't speak on either. And then he just kind of puts a hand on your shoulder and says, "Are you ready to return home?"
I'm just gonna nod.
And with that, you see him give a deep bow to Father Para. He gives a nod back to him. And with that, as you step outside, as you're stepping down the temple steps, you see him spin around and toss his cloak out as it floats over the heads of people. It comes to gently alight at the bottom of the steps with a ripple, and he steps aboard and holds out a hand for you.
I'll take it.
And with that, he immediately begins to take back off and shoot back over the city towards Aegis Academy. And the oddest thing happens as you begin to cross the walled barrier. You, like, your hairs on your arm tingle, and you see him put out a hand at his card, and you feel almost like a pop as you go over the walls, as you can almost see like reality seeming like warp, like you came through some type of barrier. And a few minutes later, you find yourself standing back outside of your room, because Trenton, being Trenton, doesn't sit down on the carpet. He flies directly into the actual school, above the heads of many of the students who are like, "What the fuck?" And you slowly alight down in front of your room, where Kristoff is standing there. Kristoff and Trenton kind of give each other a nod, give each other a handshake.
I will thank Trenton very meekly and then just kind of quietly open the door and go inside.
Which you come inside just as less than 30 seconds after Luna's actually returned back to the room. So Luna, as you are, basically by the time you walk from the door to the actual room, the door opens back up again and Sin walks in.
When they come in and the door is closed, I will say, "Oh, by the way, don't mention." Wait, nobody else is in the room, right?
I think everybody's in the room.
It's just your team.
Don't mention the void to the counselor. Therapist?
Therapist.
Whatever. Therapist.
Whatever.
I mean, that, yeah. Oops.
Which there is a beeping sound as your cards go off. And you see that the next name that, as you realize you guys hear it all flashing and beeping, looking at your cards, all of a sudden it just says, for Wanda to come to the therapist.
Good luck, Wanda.
Yeah.
Okay. Wanda just silently gets up and goes to see the therapist.
And as you walk out, Trenton kind of gives a nod as apparently he holds up his card and he had the same message. And he just reaches out a hand and says, "We haven't formally met. Trenton and Leone. I'm going to be your new team guide."
Hey.
And I shake his hand.
It's a solid, firm grip. And he kind of says, only to be fair, I did offer to Sin. Would you like to also ride upon my magic cape?"
No, thank you.
Stickler for tradition, I can respect that. And with that, you guys begin walking through the hall, to which you see people kind of splitting off to the side, and there's plenty of whispers going on.
I do not let it bother me.
Which is odd.
I'm up in my head.
You're used to a lot of whispers being about you. These are majorly about people being shocked that Trenton Leone is here.
Yeah, okay. Who's this guy again?
He is the Crown Prince of Hythalion. He's also part of the most successful team ever here at Aegis Academy, Team Starstrike.
Trenton and Elione.
Correct.
Your
I guess
father.
you are.
Es su papá.
That's super bad. Really?
Notice, but Wanda's not impressed by such things.
Easy enough.
We've been desensitized.
As you walk, just kind of ask you, says, "So, how do you feel? Is everything okay with you, or is there anything that I can help with?"
I don't think that there is anything you can help me with, but thank you for asking.
Fully understand. My son is currently going through quite the rebellious phase himself.
Oh yeah?
Yes. My eldest son is named Fortis. Well, he's the younger of the two children, technically. But he is the one that is unfortunately destined to succeed me afterwards. Not the sharpest tool in the shed or the brightest star in the sky, but he's passionate. He means well. I believe that he'll one day be a great king.
Passion is important.
Though from what I've heard
And-
from your reports, it seems that you've also had quite the experience with your family recently.
Yes, quite an experience. Still piecing it all together.
Yeah, I mean, it's not every day that you find out you're the descendant from a great war hero.
Right, right. That is, I mean, I don't know. It hasn't really changed me anything, you know?
That could be something to
Fun
say,
fact,
though.
I
It
guess.
looks like your outfit would say quite the difference. That's quite a lot of fairly unique gear that you have there. I think it actually might
yeah.
be better than mine. Not my cape,
Yes,
though. You
it
see him
is.
like stroke his cape, and you see the cape kind of like straighten and flutter itself out.
You're very proud of this cape. What
Uh,
is special about it?
well, technically, it's an intelligent cape. It can, he can hear us, and he's quite sensitive and vain. Also, would you see the cape kind of like furl itself up?
Snap, this is a Doctor Strange cape?
It is.
That's fucking funny.
I want it.
You already got a goddamn cape.
Tradesies.
Tracy's. It took me the better part of a decade to finally get this wonderful cape to agree to work with me instead of against me.
Decade, damn.
Wow. That is, where do you get something like that? That is,
I can't say that I'm fully sure it was a gift from my late mother.
see. Well, it is a pleasure to meet both of you.
And you see the cape kind of reach out like one of its corners to shake your hand.
Yeah, I shake its corner.
Which it seems to do so with vigor and energy. And with that, you find yourself at the door. And even before Triton can knock, you just hear a voice says, "You can come in by yourself, Wanda."
Very well. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Leone.
He kind of looks at you, he says, "Please, call me Triton."
Clinton.
And
No.
as you walk in through the door, it opens up into this the best way to describe this is goth. It's black stone tiles on the floor. It seems to be a marble mystique. There's a few what looks to be black and gold statues sitting up. From what you can see, there seems to be a very dark black leather chair, very Game of Thrones-ish, high-backed, almost very Addams Family vibe up in here. It doesn't seem to be any cobwebs, but there you can see that there are shelves that seem to have books with very occult names such as The Death of the Different Planes and things of that nature.
And accustom itself to the client.
And when you see her, she seems to be wearing a very deep-cut black dress with leather spikes on a choker around her neck, along with on her wrist and ankles, when she sits and seems to be wearing red-bottom, high-inch black heels. And as you come in, you can see that there just seems to be a small love seat that's sitting across from her, and a kind of small black marble table. And she kind of looks at you and says, "Have a seat, Wanda."
Have a seat. This is a sweet office.
Thank you very much. I take much pride in the office that I use here. So, Wanda, let's cut directly to it. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty lonely, I suppose, actually.
You feel pretty normally.
Lonely? Yes. I mean, I don't know. I'm just worried about my mom, I guess.
Is your mother in trouble?
I mean, no, but kind of. In some places? I don't know.
And
Kind of why I'm worried.
and you notice her kind of have a pad that's sitting there, and she kind of takes out a quill with her right hand and begins to write something down. Scritch, 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 scritch. Interesting. So your mother, Jeanette Castilla, the former assassin spy, is someone you're concerned and worried about. Are they not more than capable themselves?
Well, damn, when you put it that way, I mean, I guess they are.
From the report
Maybe I
here,
shouldn't be worried.
which she seems to pull over from the side and open one of the books that's sitting there. From the report that I can see here, it shows that your mother is actually quite deft at the hidden blade technique. Similar to the blade that you have on you now. I would assume that she's trained you in it, yes?
Has she trained me in this?
She has not.
So no. No. I'm going to say no. Definitely not.
Not to pry, but what is the relationship between you and your mother like, Wanda?
Well, I mean, different now, but evolving, I suppose I would say.
And has she always supported your career to become an adventurer?
Absolutely not. No. She wanted me to go to the Tolerian Academy, become a famous bard or something. You know.
Interesting. You seem to
But
resent
not like-
the idea of becoming a bard and using your musical talents.
Well, no, I love being a bard. It's just I wanted more, you know? I wanted to do more than just be little musician from Opara, you know?
Understandable. Opara is very talented musically and very talent rich. You wish to differentiate yourself. You wanted to be different, correct?
Yes. If my mother had it her way, I wouldn't have ever even left Opara.
And do you believe that she was wrong?
Well, I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore.
Do you feel that you can
I got
continue
you.
being a student here at Aegis Academy?
Oh, of course. I mean, well, maybe. I had to fight my professor last night, so I don't know. I don't know how that's... I don't know if I'm in trouble for that or what. Like, there's just...
And you see her eyes kind of narrow and says, you had to fight your professor. Can you explain?
No, no, I can't. We were and I brought up my mother, and apparently they had, well, had a history, and a not good history. And and he attacked my mother. I mean, forced me to lead him to her, and they, yeah.
This would be Jeanette, the same woman that abused him for many years.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you feel that Xavier was wrong in his actions?
I don't know. Certainly I can understand. I mean, no. Maybe he wasn't wrong, but
Yet you
it
did
came down
attack
to
Xavier,
defending.
correct?
Yes.
And you see her writing something more down on her pad.
At the end of the day, it just came down to I had more reasons to back up my mother than my professor.
Can be quite a conundrum to be caught in. Will you be able to continue to focus moving forward at Aegis Academy? I doubt that Xavier is going to be going anywhere, and your mother is still currently here.
What choice do I have?
You are always welcome to leave the academy at any time. Would you feel it would be safer for you?
I don't feel like it would be safer. I feel like then there would be no reason for... I mean, Headmaster's protection is the only reason a lot of us are still alive. If I leave the academy, I lose that, yes?
Interesting. You believe that the headmaster is the only thing that's keeping you safe?
Oh, the headmaster, the Archmage, my team. All of these things I lose if I try to leave on my own.
Well,
And where would I go anyway? I can't go back to Opara.
that is true, but if you could be relocated securely and safely and in secret, and provided for to have a comfortable life elsewhere, would you want that for you and your mother? And at this point, you see her kind of uncross her legs and slowly stand up. That can be provided for you, Wanda, if you so ask.
I don't know. I would like to talk about it with my mom first.
And you just see her write something back down on the sheet of paper. And then you see her slowly kind of turn towards you. And she just walks over and reaches out a hand. And she says, I will give you a day to think about it. And if that is the case, I can make arrangements the moment that you tell me that this is the decision that you wish to have.
I wanted to have an adventure here, but this is... Things just get so serious so fast.
Of course, Wanda, I fully understand. There are a lot of things at risk for you that aren't for the others. You do have your mother's health to consider. With that said, thank you very much for your time here. And if you need more time to think over the issue, simply let me know.
Of course.
And with that, she lets you go, and Trenton is outside waiting for you, standing at attention, seemingly staring up at the sky, which at this point is about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As you come back out, just looks at you and says, I take it that Narabeth is still Narabeth.
I assume she is still the same person, yes.
Trin just kind of gives a look and says, she may mean well, but her words can sometimes cause a lot of stress internally for someone. Just believe in who you are. That will always lead you true. As you begin to walk back towards the room. As you're walking back, though, you do notice that kind of in the hallway between, not the by your door, but maybe about 30 feet away, you can see that there are a bunch of students that are standing there, that people are apparently waiting to see Trenton.
You're quite famous.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown, as I've been told. Even when it's a small one like the one that I have, which on his head he does have a small prince crown.
Sin has a crown.
Also true. And as he comes up, you can hear that there are people that are clamoring for his autograph, including Saber and Lao Lin are standing there looking to get his autograph.
Really? To get Trenton's autograph?
Very
Okay.
much so.
What exactly did you do again? That was so, can I do like a knowledge roll?
You can do a knowledge nobility.
Knowledge nobility.
I was gonna say you would have actually remembered Tahlu telling y'all about his.
Oh, that's
days.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. He was basically like one of the OG Avengers.
But not Captain America, because he's a bitch.
Captain America's the GOAT. Okay, Iron Man was the asshole.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna have to agree with Ace on that one.
He was the asshole the world needed.
No, he wasn't. He was the
Wasn't
asshole
he?
that
Was just the
created
asshole.
his own problems to fix.
Again, I
He
agree with
is
Ace.
He didn't start the Infinity Wars.
The fuck he didn't.
I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna blow up the goddamn Cree.
Big facts. Man created a whole murderous AI called Ultron that nearly killed the world.
Yeah, killed Quicksilver in the cinematic universe.
Facts. It's a shame. But with that, you make it back. And you get back into the room with everybody else. As once the door opens, you can actually hear the kind of cheers of people out in the hallway that apparently are cheering for some shit before the door closes.
You're talking to me?
I was talking to everybody as you just walk back into your room with everybody else.
The room's just like,
Looking very sour and dour. Like the weight of the world is on your shoulders.
Yeah, I just get back in bed. Yeah. I got nothing to talk about right now.
So far, 2 of you down, and it's each person has come back looking fairly down in the dumps.
pretty much. Dear God, it's like.
Next, your card rings, and when it goes off, it's actually Ruin's card that's going off, summoning you to see the therapist.
No, yay.
And Tyler, just remember what Luna said. Nothing about the void.
I wasn't even there for most of it.
Oh, right. Never mind. You don't know.
Same with. I was like, I don't know.
Right, you don't know. Cool. Yeah, that's sweet. I'm just gonna go back to writing. How much of that diary have I copied?
I'd say at this point you've copied about a good 40-ish pages so far. Not really trying to comprehend it, just writing it down and copying it word for word as much as you can.
Yeah, I think I've gotten all the good information out of it.
Yeah, just making sure that it's accurate in case you ever want to reference something else again.
I'm more curious, how far did I get in Percy's journal?
I would say, with your ability, I'd say you probably got about 7-8 pages. It's a little bit more difficult, and I don't know if Sin would have helped you when he came back, because Percy's journal at one point is kind of a mix between Common and Sylvan.
Oh, yeah, I gotta learn Sylvan.
So words that you don't recognize, you write them down as they look, but I have no idea what the fuck that is. No idea what the fuck that is.
It's like, I gotta get back to Sin at this.
Right. Whole pages that are just in Sylvan, and you're like, okay, whatever. I'm gonna just copy them loops. Copy this in. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm pretty much acting the same way as I was as a fox, just now as a human.
Yeah, so everyone's like, Sen's not feeling too good. I'll leave him be.
Hmm. I know, it's all happiness and sunshine at Team 7.
Like, I guess I'll saunter off, head to this therapist thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Trenton walks out there with you and says, Ruin, I heard that you are the team's backbone, the spine that keeps it straight.
I don't know about being a backbone.
That you're often the first one into the fight and the last one to leave, and you're always there for your friends.
Used to try to be. Hadn't done very well the past few fights.
Well, as I once learned, you can't be everywhere all at once. And sometimes the toughest fight is the one that you don't choose to fight.
Yeah.
Rune's gonna make a note of that in his journal.
But you seem to be a good person, Ruin. You seem to have a very good heart. Don't let the world take that from you.
Keep getting told that. I still don't quite understand what that means.
Hopefully, for your sake, I hope that you never do.
Put ominous hope never to find out what being a good person means. Got it.
He says, I did hear that you are a bit of a weaponsmith.
Yes, I am. I tinker a lot with weapons, and right now I've got new knowledge about something I may wish to create in the future. I've begun drawing up blueprints.
That's interesting. I haven't known anybody that's really that into weaponry other than my son, Fortis. He's very big in the weapons, though I believe a big part of it is this, and you see him pat the sword that's on his side, which, looking at it, seems to have a kind of golden hilt that seems to be fashioned kind of wide brim for a long sword, though the sword does seem a bit longer than most, at almost about 4 feet, maybe 4.5 feet. It seems to have this beautiful kind of some type of dark greenish kind of holder for it, for the blade. Seems to shimmer in the light, a little iridescent. But it looks to be masterfully crafted. Just from looking at the handle, it looks to be amazingly well done.
Well, hopefully I can learn to craft at least that level one day.
I hope that you never craft something like this. No offense.
Well, hopefully I don't have to craft something like that per se, but at least the design and everything seems magnificent.
It does seem to be a bit full of itself as it kind of pats the sword. This is known as a dragon blade. Apparently 1 of 10, I was told by Selene.
Dragon blade? What's a dragon blade? That's Ruin's writing on this little.
I'm not fully sure about the full details of that. Selene told me something about that I'm a chosen wielder from one of the blades, as I've had it passed down. But it's been passed down through Hyphalian culture for millennia. Belonged to my father before me, and now it is one that I hold.
It's super old. Got it.
Yes, apparently there's one for all 10 of the main types of dragons.
10 dragon blades in existence.
The Chromatic Wars.
And this one, being a chromatic green dragon, is temperamental in the best of times. And you see the actual blade seem to glow a bit in the scabbard, and kind of put his hand over it, and it kind of calms down. And extremely prideful.
So much trouble over that thing.
And with that, when you come to the cabin, there's a brief knock. And then you just hear a voice from inside and says, "Please come in, Ruin. I've been waiting for you."
Alright. I'll walk right on in.
As you walk in, it almost feels extremely like home. It's a large wooden cabin that has a fireplace that's roaring. From what you can see, it seems to have all custom handmade wooden furniture, other than a dark green leather chair that seems to be what the therapist is sitting in, but it looks to be very much like home. You can see large windows to the outside. There's a chimney. It's about a 40-foot high arched roof ahead above you. Lots of wing space.
Reminds me of home.
And as you come in, she kind of waves over towards the store and says, if you would like a cookie or some tea, we do have some that's brewed before we begin.
Nah, I'm fine. Thank you, though.
Of course. Please have a seat, Ruin. And she motions towards there's a small chair. There's some benches to the side. There's also some stools. And there seems to be another large chair like hers.
Ruin will take a stool. He doesn't plan to be here very long.
She says, hello, Ruin. Can you explain to me what your childhood was like growing up?
A lot of about the woods. That's about it. Spent a lot of time outdoors.
Do you enjoy the outdoors?
Very much so. Enjoy the blue sky.
Do you feel that's because of your ancestry, or do you feel that that's something that you were forced to learn?
I don't know.
You see her kind of take a sheet of paper and begin to write down with her left hand. All right. Can you tell me about your family?
Well, there's my father. Obviously, he's also a blacksmith. He learned his trade from my grandfather. Well, he's not really blood related, but I call him grandfather, and he allows it.
That's a very lovely connection about your grandfather. Do you look up to him?
Yes, he's the one that taught me pretty much how to fight.
So your grandfather is also a skilled warrior like you are?
Nah, I think I am nowhere near his level. I've never beaten him once, let alone even touched him with a blade.
Interesting. What was his name?
His name was Stoic. If I remember, that's what Father called him once. But I always just called him Grandpa Scales growing up.
And Grandpa Scales, is he a scaled creature such as your teammate Tahlu, a Nagaji?
No. He's what was the word that Dad told me? Dragonborn. Yeah, there we go. He's a red Dragonborn.
Oh, interesting. A Dragonborn. You see her kind of write something down. With that being said, how are you enjoying your time at Aegis Academy?
It's been fine. Fun for the most part. A few incidents here or there.
I would say there have been quite a few so far. And she seems to open up one of the books that's sitting on the table beside her. From what I can see here, your team has visited the Shadowfield and fought something that is redacted. From what I can see, you
redacted?
Yes, it's called redacted. You wouldn't happen to know exactly what that was redacted.
I don't know what redacted means, but yeah.
Simply in the report, instead of a title of whatever it is that you fought, it just has the word redacted, meaning that it's been blocked out.
Oh. Well, I never engaged in combat with it.
You see her write something down. How did that make you feel?
Yeah, different. I mean, it wasn't really anything. The only thing I was worried about was getting everybody out of there and following Sprada's orders.
Which, according to the report, you did all escape unscathed, relatively.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's not something many people get the chance to say. From what I can see here, you continued on. Your team has been performing fairly well. And during an requested joint training exercise with then Team Dark, well, now they're Dark Spell, but formerly when they were Team 8, it looks like that you all found your way into a planar gateway. Again.
Yeah, that was pretty fun.
Hmm.
Tend to do that a lot.
Does seem that there are a lot of things that seemingly happen around you. Do you believe that that's the reason why your former teammates Artemis and Naomi left the academy?
No. I mean, Naomi went to search for information about herself, and since she had lost her memory after the trip to Xanthos, or during the trip to Xanthos. And as for Artemis, I think she just had something to do. But she did disappear for one night.
Interesting. I did note that it seemed that Artemis was very skilled at being able to steal moments away. Very skilled at being in the wild also, much like yourself.
No, yeah. I'd say if anyone was probably as skilled at being in the wild amongst our team aside from myself, would probably be her.
That's quite a loss to lose somebody so skilled, right?
I mean, she had her own personal reasons for leaving. I find no fault in that.
That is very true. Would you like to know what my last reports about her say?
Sure, why not?
It shows here that the last reports I had, opening up another journal, she opens it up, there's a long sheet of paper that seems to unfold out. And then she kind of looks over that and says it shows here that she was last seen out in the Osirian Wilds, which is a desert nation for the most part.
Ah. Well, she gets around pretty quick then.
Yeah, it seems very unusual. It's a ways away from here, off to a very southeastern continent. Is that unusual? Do you remember anything like that being something commonplace? Shows that she was last seen in a place called Sothis, which was the capital city.
Oh, wow, that's pretty far away then. I don't see anything unusual about it. I mean, she was stranded on the Aegis Island before we even got there, and she became a team member.
All right. That seems to be very accurate. So, everything seems to be fairly on the up and up. You seem to be very confident and sure of yourself. Is that correct?
No.
Are you not? You seem to be very strong of arm, very strong of body, a capable combatant, as your performance in the contest would show. And
Maybe strong, but I'm not strong enough.
Do you feel that you need to acquire more strength to be able to protect those around you?
Yes, I do.
You see her writing some more things down. And from what I heard in the report, your team leader fell in this last battle before somehow resurrecting themselves. How did that make you feel?
I don't know how to describe it, really, but I know I'm glad he's back.
Indeed, I look forward to actually speaking with him soon.
I don't want that to happen again. And I won't let it happen again.
You see her kind of lower her glasses and look over the rim of them and says, will you do anything that's necessary to never let that happen again?
I won't know until it happens, now would I?
And with that, she kind of gives a smirk and leans back. She seems to be wearing some kind of green pants and a kind of dark red blouse with some black brown boots. Kind of just nods and says, that would be very true. That's a very pragmatic way to look at things. Do you believe that you can continue on as an Aegis Academy student?
I don't believe that's for me to decide. I think that's up to you. You have control over that.
And you see her kind of write something down on the paper again. She said, if I were to say that you were repressing your feelings, which was causing you to perform at an inadequate level in order to fully complement your team, how would you feel?
There's nothing I can really do about it if that's how you feel.
Would you believe that to be an accurate statement?
Meaning?
Do you believe that it's correct? Or do you believe that that would be a false representation of what has happened for you so far?
This woman is throwing multiple syllable words at Ruin.
Oh, yeah. She's doing it on purpose.
The Ruin's just sitting there in a confused look upon his face at this point. Like, I still don't follow.
I understand. I may sometimes get ahead of myself. My apologies. Do you believe that you are capable enough to be a part of this team and not a negative?
We've gotten this far, and we still have most of our team, and only one of us has truly died. Because I saved another team member. But I wasn't strong enough to make it back to him in time.
And so, I'll leave you with this, Ruin. The next time that something should happen, when someone comes to threaten those that are your teammates, what do you plan to do?
Well, hopefully it's not the same outcome that happened where I confronted Weiss and her team.
Yes, that does seem to be weighing on you still. You still have the scarf wrapped around your wrist, right?
Oh, yeah.
But she kind of motions too. Have you processed those emotions? Or has the trauma been compounding itself?
I've spoken to people about it. And I've made my peace, but I don't know from that point moving forward. Because when we're on the island, I made my peace with it.
That's very good, Ruin. I'm sure that we'll speak again, but that's all that I'll need for now. And with that, she kind of stands up and comes over to you and offers her hand and asks, would you like a hug?
No. So there's somebody that I normally hug when I'm feeling down.
Understandable then. She pulls her hand back and motions towards the door. Have a good day.
We'll nod and leave.
You walk outside, Trent will kind of look at you, seem to be come out in one piece. That's good. That's always a good thing.
My head hurts.
Yeah, Narabeth kind of has that effect on people.
So many words that I don't know.
If it makes you feel any better, she still does that to me, and I've known her for decades now, and I still don't know half of what she's talking about when she goes on her rants. But I do know that she asks me about my feelings at least once a day, so that's new, I guess.
You have a day? Oh, I feel sorry for you.
All of us people normally have to go through those evals, so yeah, she used to do that once a day.
Everyone's just kind of shudder
and kind of looks for a moment. You see him kind of look like he's about to say something kind of secretive and kind of looks around. The worst part was having to fill out reports and then read them aloud. You see him kind of shudder.
Reports and read them aloud?
Hmm?
Sounds like a nightmare.
Let's just say the former headmaster had a very dark sense of purpose.
No, yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Rune's just gonna kind of narrow his eyes after thinking about that for a moment. Well, I guess, shall we?
Of course.
Our motions toward the room.
Ideally, you notice now there seems to be a trail of people that are students that are actually standing around out kind of the quad you pass through that are seemingly wanting to get a look at Trenton because word is spread that Trenton Leone is back at Aegis Academy.
Huh. I guess everybody knows you. Yeah, we really did some stuff again. And people constantly coming in to check on us.
Well, my team kind of does hold a lot of the records here last that I checked. We were kind of well known in our day.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Forgot. Tahlu has that book. I remember that now. What was it? Star something.
It kind of laughs like Team Star Strike. It was a little...
There you go. That one. Strike. I couldn't remember if it was Star Spell or Strike or something. Sorry, I had a double S in it.
It was a little bit on the nose, but a lot of us were fairly skilled fighters. And having Selene and Jace as magical backup kind of meant that there wasn't really a problem. We couldn't get around. Yes. Unfortunately, the former headmaster decided that we were going to graduate on an accelerated path in a year. So we accomplished many of our missions within the first year, and an accelerated compiled class list of actual classes and studying that we had to do also. It was straining to say the least.
Sounds like it.
But that's the past, and that's no longer a worry. It kind of puts a hand out to you as people are asking for his autograph, to which he's waving people off. And you get back to the room with Kristoff standing outside with his guard, and they kind of nod and open the door and let you back in.
The autograph is that thing where you just sign your name, right?
Yep. We just got announced at you. It's a thing. People have been trying to collect all the signatures of our team for quite some time.
Huh. Well, now that I think about it, we've met everybody on the team. Except for, I think, one person.
Mm-hmm. You've met 5 out of the 6.
Yep, exactly what Ruin's saying. I think we met most of you already. I think only one person was missing.
Which he kind of nods his head and says, yeah, let's keep it that way. Don't think that last one's going to come around here anytime soon.
Huh. Okay.
So with that, you get to return back to the room and the rest of your team, very much how you left them.
Hey guys, I'm back. She uses a lot of big words. Sin, it's probably more up your alley. Or Tahlu. My head hurts.
It's always like, so what was it like? What's her room like? What are the things like?
I don't know. It looked like home for me. I guess I don't know, maybe it's magical or something, because I didn't expect it to look literally like home when I walked through that door.
It does look different on the outside than it does on the inside, because the outside is all dark red brick. But the inside was all wood.
I think I would ask Ruin, like, okay, so what did it look like to you then?
I mean, it was brick on the outside. I walked in, and all of a sudden it was wood. It made no sense.
And you grew up in a house with wood?
Well, yeah, I mean, I grew up in a forest.
Well, you could still make bricks in the forest.
Oh, yeah, you try and make bricks in the forest. You ain't got no time for that shit.
Ruin, it's mud and time.
It's time. We ain't got time for that. You got shit to do. You always gotta be on the move.
I explained what it looked like for me.
I forgot what it looked like for me.
It was it kind of like matched my nature aesthetic. There was green and it was nice and
There's lots of plants and things like that all around, different flowers all in there.
See, look, that'd make no sense. She got flowers and shit. How did she change the room so fast?
I think it's magic, Rowan.
I'm gonna guess it's some sort of illusion to make you feel more comfortable. That way you're more comfortable opening up to her.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So did she lie to me? She said that was her favorite. That was her master. Like, does it like?
Talking about a big green chair. That thing was still in there.
Okay.
It stood out differently.
I wouldn't say she didn't necessarily lie about that, but I will say she made it a point to point out because she was trying to what's that fucking word? Sympathize with you. Find a mutual ground.
Make yourself more relatable to you so you will relax and like her more.
I don't know about liking her. She gives me a headache.
But also, you didn't actually double check or sense motive anything that she said. She could have been lying straight to your face.
She could have been lying straight to my face. You know, shit. And I am gonna be okay.
I will say it will make you feel some type of way if you ask Wanda and she describes the room. The green chair and stuff was not there at all.
Yes, none of that was the thing. It was very different for me.
That is hurtful.
Tyler's just looking like
Lies.
it's a common tactic because it works.
What works?
It didn't work for me. I don't know what you're talking about.
You opened up, didn't you?
No, I did not.
She asked
Did
the
you
question.
tell her
I
about your
answered.
feelings? And Talu's mocking her at this point. Like, did you tell her about your feelings?
Yeah, I know, and I am ignoring it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have feelings.
Says
I don't
the
have
moody princess that came in all grumpy.
I don't have feelings.
I'm gonna say I
Right,
could
no
have swore you
feelings.
did because you got really upset about the whole thing with Git.
You didn't feel any type of way about being a vampire.
Well, she sure as hell felt something after I punched her in the face for that, which I said I'm sorry for multiple times.
Look directly at Ruin now, and you know, I stare for a second and then take a deep breath, and then I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, and then flip my hair.
I did say I was sorry.
I roll my eyes and start trying to meditate or pretend to meditate.
Oh, look, now she's mad again.
It'll be fine, Ruin.
Like I said, I apologize. That's all I needed. My conscience is clear.
With that, your cards go off again.
Who's the next apparent? What is it? What do you call it? Tahlu.
Victim?
There you go. That.
He knows he probably meant patient, but Talu's like victim.
And this time it asks for team leader Sin to come down to the office.
You got this, little buddy. You know all the big words.
Just, I've been silent the entire time. I'll just kind of sit up, still kind of clutching my bag of holding, and I'll just walk towards the door.
All right. When you walk out, Trin will be there, and he kind of gives a nod to you and says, "Let us go." And he just turns and walks with you.
I'm gonna ask Tahlu if he knows Sylvan.
Just a nod, and I'll start walking.
Like, Tahlu, you know Sylvan?
Never met him.
Oh, okay. Well,
Do I hear this?
I mean, it's out loud.
I was like, yeah,
I'm
really.
gonna say Sylvan is a language.
I
With my
understood.
eyes closed, so pretending to meditate.
You're like, I understood that. It was a joke. How did my joke make you feel?
I'm gonna start doing mantras to drown out their talking.
Okay, so got it. It's a joke. Got it. Can you translate this?
I actually don't know Sylvan. Right?
Well, shit. What use are you then, Mr. Big Words?
Do I have something?
Forgive me for not spending so much time learning a language that I didn't need.
But you learned Thessalonian.
I was taught Thessalonian.
Oh, my head hurts.
I know Sylvan.
She's still mad at me. Moving on. Wanda.
All right then.
Wow.
Nobody said I was mad. I'm not mad.
She's getting angrier.
I mean, that's normally what people who are mad generally say when they get mad.
Ruin knows he has a girlfriend. He can spot a lie.
I mean, at least she didn't say she was fine. That's when you
know, like, nope.
That's DEFCON 1.
No, I would say DEFCON 2. DEFCON 1 is when they're just silent, staring at you, like that predator as it's staring down the slab of meat.
Okay, the
I'd
stare.
say the next level is when they're laughing.
Yeah, that's 0. Because you know that that's past the point of no return, and it's kind of one of those. Do I need to get a will started now or 5 minutes ago?
When they laugh, they talk to themselves and they're laughing. Oh, you just think that everything's just a funny game? We just gonna laugh around here, ain't we? Like I didn't say any of that. I don't know what's going. Wait.
Hold on, time out, pause.
Like I feel like I get to respond to this conversation that you having about me. Oh no, you just want to talk crazy to me. But I didn't say anything. I don't wait, why?
You know, thinking about that, I'm like, man, I've been there many a times. I have 3 wills and testaments already, and they all lead to the ruiner ending me. So if I die suddenly, everyone on stream now knows the ruiner did it.
Look, man, I can be bought.
I know you can. You cheap as shit.
Oh damn!
All I request is all his electronics when he's gone.
Damn.
I know, which he'd be getting a lot.
I like that was just like, yeah, just give me all his stuff, and I didn't see anything.
Sounds like something he'd do.
I mean, I'd mourn him, but you know, I'd be happy I got new stuff.
He'd be mourning me while playing and messing around with all my shit.
Oh yeah, I'd be like, man, he must have loved this shit.
Yeah, I still got a pristine Nintendo that works.
Damn.
Yeah, fuck you, asshole. You get that.
Hold on, I'm gonna send a text message real quick.
Hey, that shit's already in the will to go to the kids. You ain't getting shit.
Listen, I'm gonna be Uncle Incog. The fuck?
Which is all true. And with that, Sin, you come upside of this 2-story brick building, very similar to the loud cabin that Tempest was in, except it's behind the arena. And with that, you see that there's a slight knock at the door. Estrin gives you a nod and says, "You got this." And without any words, the door just opens up.
Oh wait, that reminds me. I have a communal ring. I'll ask Avarice if she knows Sylvan.
Okay, I'll walk inside.
And as you walk inside, it's a very dark gray polished marble floor. From what you can see, there are columns that are dressed in the traditional style as back home, along with what looks to be a view of the mountains and everything that you used to kind of see from your home. And from what you can see sitting inside, the furniture and the aesthetic has all shifted. There seems to be small quotes and paintings that look to be of that nature. And you can see her sitting there in a robe that's kind of dark gray with black highlights and slippers, as she's sitting there pouring a cup of tea.
I will bow at the waist and then just kind of stand there for a minute or so.
She gives a nod to you and says, "Please have a seat wherever you like."
I will find a cushion on the ground and kind of sit, a little reminiscent of what I do when I know I'm in trouble, or at least when I knew I was in trouble at home. Just kind of sit there and wait.
And with that, she pours a second cup of tea that also has a small kind of cookie on the side of it, and she kind of sits it down in front of you before she goes and sits back down and looks to be a kind of small wooden chair. It kind of says, Sin, I'd like to say that I'm sorry that it took so long for us to meet. I wish that I could have helped you sooner.
Kind of questioning look on my face.
And then she kind of stands up and begins to pace around. Unfortunately, there were many terrible things that were going on elsewhere that I needed to be there for. But now that I am back, you have my full attention and my undiverted authority towards helping you out. And the rest of Team Moonshadow. You poor children should not have gone through any of the things that you've had to.
Some of the things we ended up experiencing were a few of our own machinations, and I believe others were a twist of fate, as I'll put it.
Understandably, and curious turn of phrase, one might say. With that, she comes and sits down on a pillow right in front of you and says, how are you doing?
Lost, but not forgotten. Best way I could explain it.
I would agree with that. Your team thinks very highly of you. They love you very much. And it sounds as if your exploits and leadership have been quite outstanding. You've even had a couple of second years and a few third years take notice.
I don't really think Seryu counts, but...
And she kind of chuckles and says, not that boy.
Oh.
Of all the Sen-Daos, of course, he would have to be the one that is still in school that I have to deal with.
But he was graduated and is now captain of the Sky Sword. No, I guess he's still technically on staff, isn't he?
He is, which I am stuck with dealing with him still. And unfortunately, he may be more self-sacrificing than his older siblings.
That's... I'm not sure how to...
It may be something
Understand.
that you can understand a bit more, is that he feels he must live up to his family's name. He doesn't want to be the one that's seen as the failure of the family. His father is a famous war general. His brother and sister are considered experts and masters in their field, and they've also saved the royal family from a demon invasion. Well, not the royal family directly. They saved the prince from a demon invasion.
I can understand his blight.
Their team is one of the most celebrated in history and well known throughout the world for the things that they've accomplished. And apparently he has an older brother that is something of a personal guard for their father and is able to defeat his older undefeatable brother in combat. So by example, he often feels a very much of inferiority complex of his accomplishments, paling in comparison to theirs.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't be able to feel too akin to feeling that you must push yourself beyond your limits constantly in order to prove yourself, would you?
I mean, I am trying to prove myself. I have my own family that I have squabbles with.
I can understand that. It seems that your father, Marcus, is quite the figure to deal with. As she opens up a book and is looking at a sheet of paper.
How thick is this book?
I would say the book is, I'd say looking at it at a glance, you'd assume it's somewhere around 300 pages.
This woman doesn't have a fucking psych eval. She has an entire dossier on me. Shit.
Right.
Big facts. It says your father is apparently starting to have a rise since the contest in his relation to you, and is risen up the political spectrum back in the village.
Fuck that dude.
Shows that your mother here is primarily still raising your younger siblings, who are starting to show their own magical talents, though nowhere near the level that your sister Tara and yourself once did. There seems to be something of an arranged betrothal possible for your sister Lily. She seems to be flipping through pages. Should I go on?
Does it say who she's betrothed to? As I'm trying to like peek over the book.
What she's purposely holding back, and you see her kind of look down and kind of skim through it. From what I can see here, it looks to be someone from the youngest son of the Yori household, Asahi. You remember Asahi because that's your friend Masashi's younger brother, and you remember him primarily because as a younger child he had a propensity for eating his own boogers.
and Lily is betrothed to him.
Yes.
Definitely going to grimace a little bit.
Why are you doing that to her? Why they gotta do that to her?
Well, I mean, Lily is the sternest of the three, and she's the one that was actually kind of proud of me when I took the life in the tournament.
Mm-hmm. A showing of power and strength in her eyes.
Okay.
He's got to marry someone that eats their own boogers.
Hey, look. Nobody says he still does it, but as a kid, he was known as Asahi the Booger Eater. That was the thing.
That happened. Yeah, you're always going to be that kid, bro.
Right.
Yeah. When you're the kid in kindergarten that eats your own boogers, it's kind of one of those, you ain't going to grow out of that until you do something damn good.
Very much so.
Yep, let her do it. That'll do her.
From what I can see here, you spent time at Hearthstone.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Looks that you seemingly did well there with Cassidy and Griswold.
While not actual family, I do consider them an aunt and uncle.
Mm-hmm. It even shows here that there is someone from your hometown that apparently, since you returned, has applied to attempt to come to Aegis Academy. Goes by the name of Yoshinobu Toshioki.
Would I be able to know that name?
Oh, yes. You remember it quite well. That is your bully from back home.
Oof.
That is definitely going to sour my mood.
Ruin will crush him.
From a rival house, that his house had a slightly higher noble standing, so he was just bullied the shit out of you with it. Though he was terrified of your sister.
Fair enough.
Because she was very skilled at beating his ass and getting away with it, and so it's just like, the shadows beat me up. And then when he got laughed at, he just stopped saying that, so every time he bullied you, he just would find himself with a black eye the next day, and it's like, the fuck happened? I fell down, okay?
Leave me the hell alone.
And it also seems that your friend is working here in the library that was very forthright about most of your childhood, that you excelled a lot, except for dealing with Yoshi often, who seemed to have been somewhat envious of your natural abilities. And something about a level of shame that you felt as a Kitsune because of the color of your fur.
I'm probably going to look away from her at that point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And it also shows here that you have done quite a few things. Apparently, you've made personal contact and have a relationship with the members of Vox Machina, especially Queen Vexalia of Whitestone.
I owe her a great deal. She's helped me both educational-wise and personally.
And from the last entry here, that you have recently become the champion of the Raven Queen. Though that doesn't seem to be well known.
It is not. I am a little lost because of it. I mean no jovial nature when I say that it might have been short-lived.
Oh, because of your staff. Apologies, I shouldn't laugh at that. But it seemed like it took her a full minute to almost get you, and she was like, oh, that was a joke. Yes. You see her write something down. How does that make you feel, Sen?
After what transpired on Aegis Island, I pleaded with the Raven Queen to come back. And I feel that I've wounded her. And much akin to a child that has made their parent cry, I have to take this scolding and then do my best to improve.
Interesting. Do you believe that you are being forsaken by the Raven Queen? Or is she just not able to consume or commune with you as often as you would prefer?
I'm not sure.
You see, you're kind of write something down. Has any of your divine abilities been removed?
I'm not sure what abilities I had that were divine. The closest I know is that the Deathwalker's ward will, from the accounts of Queen Vexalia, repel anyone that's not allowed to hold them, and when I retrieved them after trying to commune with her, I didn't feel anything sinister or any rejection from them.
Interesting. So you feel a sense of loss and you are looking for yourself. Do you feel that you're capable of leading a team of your peers through the dangers of the coming years?
I feel that my lost identity doesn't prevent me from leading them safely through a transdimensional maze or anything akin to that nature. I might be lost to myself, but I know they're here and they need my help.
You see her then close the book and kind of set it to the side and says, I believe that everything will be just fine. You seem to be being a fine leader and making tough decisions is what a leader must do. As I'm sure you're probably aware of the history of teams here at Aegis Academy, it's not unusual for students to unfortunately lose their lives in this line of work. It is a very dangerous profession to be a professional adventurer. And while we try to shield our first-year students, unfortunately, sometimes fate has other things in mind.
I'm not necessarily gonna roll my eyes, but I'm definitely kind of gonna give a look of somewhat understanding, somewhat kind of, yeah, that I'm not sure that's the best terms to be using with me.
What if I was to tell you that you were not the first champion to walk through my doors of my cottage?
I can believe that.
The last one, unfortunately, often led his team through many different planes of existence, not understanding his powers, as he was a champion of Onos. Onos, actually. O-N-O-S. But, last I heard, he become at one with himself and understand that he had a gift and a blessing and wasn't a curse, and harnessing that made him better. Though it has been many years since I last heard anything of him, last I heard he was doing quite fine. And she kind of looks to you again and kind of looks down her glasses as she takes them off and says, "You can be the person you wish to be. Do you believe that you can continue to be at Aegis Academy and that you are the person to lead this team?"
I do. But I also know that I need to get in, to borrow a quote from what Ruin would say, I need to get a few of my irons out of the fire before I continue.
Seems like wise words then, and wisdom is often a trait that is best for leadership. And you see her slowly stand up. And with that, she kind of reaches out her hand to you and says, "I think that you'll be just fine, Sin."
I will take her hand and shake it.
And after she shakes your hand, she says, "Would you like to have a hug?"
No, thank you.
Understandable. And you see her mark something down on the sheet of paper beside the chair. Well, you have a very good day, and if you need to speak to me, you can always reach out to me.
I'll just give a sharp nod and then head towards the door.
All right. With that, you step out, and Trent kind of looks at you and says, "You seem to be, I don't know if okay is the word, but you don't seem to be as rough off as the other ones when they left."
I think I'm still processing the fact that my sister had to kill me. And I'm just gonna start walking back to my room after saying that.
Just kind of follows back with you. And before Sin even gets back, Tahlu, your card rings and it simply just says, "The therapist is ready to see you now."
He's not even back yet? Is you getting the ring?
Yeah.
Ooh, that means the Tahlu needs the extra time.
No. I think I know why. I think Tahlu would understand why as well. So yeah, he just get up and wait. He actually wait at the door for Sin to fully come back.
Which, then you walk back and you see Tahlu there, right by the door.
I'm just gonna wave to Tahlu and then just kind of go sit on my bed now. Not lying down like I was, just kind of sitting up.
Oh, good. And with that, Trent kind of looks and says, "It looks like you're ready to go."
Yeah, I feel like this is
Housework.
yeah. I feel like this is not gonna go the way she thinks it is.
Understandable. Were you continuing to write down Raphael Renwick's book?
I am. And I was gonna ask you, were there any details about him?
Actually, I was going to say make an intelligence check.
You picked my lowest fucking. Hold on.
Ain't my fault that you didn't build a smart character. The fuck?
My character is decently smart.
Did you ever get help with your book, Ruin?
Yeah, the point where we sit there. I don't think so.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Wisdom was the one that I was lacking. My intelligence is actually decent. 18 plus 2, dirty 20.
And I think I tried to get a hold of Avarice, but I don't think I got a response either.
You did not. With that, as you were looking at the book, just as like your card went off, you realized that looking at it, you realized there seemed to have been a bit of a kind of ciphered code in there where every couple of letters seemingly almost out of place, but you notice that they seem to be capitalized, and writing together is kind of giving you a different phrase, but you got interrupted by the card.
Oh, if that was the case, then I look at the card and then put it right back down and go back to trying to transcribe it.
All right. You take the time to do all of it?
Yeah.
All right.
ADD brain, you can't get me off with shit. I'm hyper focused.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, the letters that you get out are T-H-E, N-O-R-T-H, E-R-N.
H. I'm sorry, I was falling behind.
You're good. It's T-H-E, N-O-R-T-H, E-R-N, G-R-A-V, Y-A-R-D.
G-R-A-V.
G-R-A-V-E-Y-A-R-D.
Northern Graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put this on a separate scrap piece of paper and keep it in my pocket.
All right.
Actually, would I be able to slide it into like a space between the gauntlet and my skin?
There is no space between the gauntlet and your skin.
Oh shit.
You can slide it into your pocket.
So if I try to do that, will I notice how tight that shit is?
Oh yeah.
Can I try to pull on it a little bit, see if it pulls skin with it?
It does.
That's new.
It seems attached to your skin.
He's gonna look at standing back. We might need a talk.
Okay.
And with that, I'll just put the thing in my pocket and yeah. All right. Well, I guess it's my turn.
Have fun.
I've got a question, Ace.
Yes.
Would my Scriver's Chant be able to copy and translate Percival's notebook into Common for Ruin?
It would, as long as you know the language you're transcribing from.
It's Sylvan, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe I have... Yep, right there. Sylvan.
You would definitely be able to do so.
Yeah, I'll kind of just shoo Ruin aside and start doing that for him.
Man, move out the way.
It's like, oh.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Learn this damn language one way or another too.
So with that, you get yourself out there eventually there, a bit later than you were before. Easily, the request for you came through maybe 30 minutes ago.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
When you get there, Trenton kind of looks over at you. He's like, all right, I heard that you're mentally tough, so you should be able to handle this. You ready?
Yeah.
He kind of gives you a smile and says, you got this. Go ahead and knock her out. Not really, though. Don't like, kind of catch yourself, like, don't actually try to knock her out. Just like.
And just to tease him, Tahlu's gonna like raise his right wrist up and point to his guy, like knock her out, or.
I would probably say we shouldn't do that. Because then he kind of points back towards the teacher's tower. That would probably make him mad.
Wait, what's this woman's name again?
What's
Maribeth.
whose name?
Maribeth.
Narabeth. It's nope, with an N. It's Narbeth.
Okay, see, like I'm the blah.
Mm-hmm.
Why are my son's kids choosing on me?
She's an elven woman who looks to be a bit aged with silver streaks in her hair.
Just getting my notebook for no reason.
It's perfectly fine. As the door gets open for you. It was actually odd. As you walked up, the door was open, and she seems to be standing there out in front of the cottage. Which, ironically, both you and Trin both slowed your steps. And just as she comes up, Trin just says, Narabeth, Ilione. He just kind of smiles and says, you look lovely today. And she doesn't even respond, just turns and says, did you not receive my summons, or did you decide that it was not as important as whatever you were doing?
Well, I was on a roll for something, and I wanted to make sure I followed it through.
Which you see her take out a small notebook, take out a quill, and write something down with some. Follow me, please. And with that, she steps inside.
I'm gonna follow.
And when you step inside of the place, it looks like a normal red brick interior, wood grain floor, stove in the corner. Looks to be a wooden table in the middle. Looks to be a green leather chair. Looks to be a black leather couch. A couple of pillows all set to the floor. A couple of different rugs.
Is this like a combination of what everybody saw?
I think you're seeing the actual cottage.
Yeah, this seems to match the exact interior. As you can see, the red brick walls all around. The rafters above you. Second floor, that's an open space that has just stairs going up to a second floor.
Yeah, so telling the actual cottage.
Fire in the fireplace.
Neat. Actually, I'm kind of insulted.
And with that, she takes a seat in the green chair. And she just gives a head nod and says, please take a seat.
He'll sit down in just whatever chair's nearest.
I would say from when you walk in, the nearest chair is the love seat.
Cool, I'm sitting on that one. But like right dead center, like between the cushions. The hell's my pins?
Well, Mr. Lias, now that we're finally here, how about we begin?
Sure. What would you like to talk about?
Actually, in all transparency, I've already made my decision about you, and I'm looking for a reason to change my mind as to why you should stay at this academy. I believe you pose too great of a risk to its students and its student body, let alone the other citizens of Teleria.
Oh, damn, sure, you're looking to straight strike your ass on the record.
I mean, I understand why. I get why.
Which she actually takes
that
out
makes sense.
a letter that seems to have been from the side there, and kind of, ironically, she kind of just tosses it towards the table, but it spins and lands right where you can read it perfectly. And it does state to the headmaster, the official recommendation is that Tahlu Lias is immediately expelled from Aegis Academy and is kept under 24-hour guard due to having the powerful armament known as a Godkiller symbiotically attached to him for the safety of himself and others.
As Tahlu reads that, he's gonna chuckle. He's like, the safety of myself.
I very much believe that you are, I won't use the word inadequate because that would be a disservice to you. But I do believe that you are incapable of fully controlling the Godkiller. And as a student, the capabilities of it have been seen as what can happen when that control is lost. And it costs innocent lives.
So what I'm getting at is I'm being held responsible for one of these staff, and he's going to emphasize staff, these staffs over eagerness to harness and be greedy about what I had possessed and had no idea of, was manipulated to use at its full force. And because I mistakenly put trust and faith into the staff.
Exactly.
Criminal.
She says exactly. Dead ass with like no smile, no smirk, staring directly at you.
Then perhaps I shall seek another school with adequate staff.
You would be free to do so once expelled if that happened to be the case. But I don't believe that Aegis Academy is the place for you at your current capabilities. I believe that it's too dangerous, and that you could be betrayed and tricked by a member of the staff even at that level. It's something that cannot be accounted for in the future. For all I know, her twin sister could have machinations against you. Someone could be attempting to manipulate you again.
True. However, if it weren't for me and my capabilities, as you say, my team would have been in a much more dire situation at the island.
According to the report that I have, if it weren't for you actually being a part of that team, then there would be no danger to your team from that they already saw through. This Tenebrous group wouldn't be after their team, they would be after you and the Godkiller.
Which was also on an island that had that other people had access to. How long before someone else got it? With actual ideations of destruction.
It's also quite possible. I do have a recommendation for Jorgi to also be terminated and kicked out of Aegis Academy, but the headmaster unfortunately hasn't reviewed that, as he said he has something of a higher priority at the moment. But I am suggesting the same for Jorgi. More than likely that's going to mean Kristoff also leaving, as that's his brother, which I also understand. I'm also aware that many members of Team Moonshadow may choose to leave Aegis Academy in protest, which I've also accepted as a consequence of this if it should come to pass.
So it sounds very much like you're enjoying making a lot of decisions for a lot of people.
You misunderstand me, Tahlu. None of this is enjoyable. I don't like the idea of a student that I don't believe that we can help. But are you asking me to put your well-being and your urges and desires over that of everyone else that would be at risk?
No, because I'm doing that plenty on my own, apparently. However, on many occasions, since I've attained and understood what is capable of this Sage Warmaster Zalider, and if you would please rather not call it call him Godkiller.
So it is a sentient thing that goes by the name of Sage Warmaster Zalider.
Yes, he does.
And you see her write that down to the side?
And together, we have already made an oath to defend and protect the people of both my team, the school, and the lands that we reside upon. Which is why, as you should understand, I could not simply hand him over to a faction that would do horrible things with him.
Understandably so. Interesting.
And even with the knowledge of what it could possibly have done to me, I used this ability, this power, to defend my team on the island, even at the great risk of myself.
So you were willing to self-sacrifice yourself, which seems to be a very common theme among your teammates, in order to protect them.
Isn't it a noble trait of the Pathfinders? Seeing as some of the most successful people are those who have done the same thing. Well, aside from the ones that joined. Oh, I forgot the name of that damn group already.
Tenebris?
Tenebris.
It's interesting you would mention the Pathfinder Society, as I am not as high up on them as others are. I believe they're a reckless group of adventurers that actually demonstrate some of the worst tendencies of being an adventurer. They often cause as much destruction as they do help anyone. And
Is that why you... Oh, good.
And while that varies among members, there are those such as our headmaster, which has a very exemplary record. But there are also those that are currently wanted criminals in other nations for the very crimes and thefts that they've self-portrayed themselves of not doing.
Is that why your cottage is out here separate from the school?
The cottage was decided to be out here so that way a student didn't feel that they were being oppressed by the school, would have to be inside of the school, which, as you can understand, has many means of magical detection, and many students felt it was much more comfortable out here. So my cottage was placed here at the request of the student body.
Well, that's very caring. You seem to not want others to feel oppressed. However, you suggested I be placed under a 24/7 watch for the rest of my existence.
That is my suggestion, though I don't have any authority to make that happen. But I think the existence of, and she seems to stop herself, of Sage Warmaster Zalider, looking at the report, would mean
He's gonna
that,
just give like a subtle nod of like, thank you for that.
would mean that I believe that you being out there would be targeted, if not by Tenebris, by anyone else who became aware of your existence. And while it may seem very heartless and cold to expel you and remove you from the grounds, that does not mean that I wish any harm to come to you by any means. And if there was any way to provide that protection or provide that guidance by someone looking out for you for the rest of your life and allowing you to live comfortably, then I believe that that should also be something that Aegis Academy is responsible for, as the reason why you do have that Sage Warmaster Zalider on your arm is because of the failure of a member of our staff, in addition to the reason why many people were murdered in this city was another failure of this staff, which since then the rest of the staff have had a full psych eval, and there have been some people that have been placed into a very questionable position on their tenure continuing here. So for that I do must thank you, that it gave me ample reason to search through our staff for those that aren't qualified to be at Aegis Academy any longer.
He's just gonna give like a quiet nod and just like, I think that still circumnavigates the idea that you do agree that this idea of yours is oppressive, and whether a prison has walls or not, it's still a prison.
I merely agree that you may find this oppressive. I think it's pragmatic, but again, that isn't my decision to make about whether or not that's something that's done. Whether it's done with or without your knowledge, I doubt that any nation or any powerful entity in knowing of your weapon is going to allow it to simply exist. As far as history has taught us, whenever there is power to be gained or had, there will be people that are willing to do anything to acquire it. And if the legends are true about what Sage Warmaster Zalider and others of his kind can do, then there's quite high of almost no price that certain people would be unwilling to pay to acquire him. But with that said, many of your team seem very adamant on becoming stronger and protecting themselves.
My team is full of good-natured individuals.
That's very true, Tahlu.
And I have no doubt that they will get the power that they seek in the ways that others would deem very morally correct. I, unfortunately, do not have the comfort of seeking that way, as it seemed to have been bestowed upon me through a albeit reckless act of my own. However, I intend to make full use of this opportunity, and we will protect those that we care about and those we feel need our protection. This world will not be another Avalier.
At the mention of Avalier, she kind of stops for a moment. You see her set her quill down and take off her glasses. Why did you mention Avalier?
Is she, like, how close is that book to her?
The book on that she was looking through before?
Her notes.
They're each on the side tables beside her chair, which is...
So, basically, she hasn't been writing anything that we've been talking about because like she said, she had her mind made up at this point.
To a degree, no. She has books on her right side, but she has what looks to be a sheet of parchment and a quill on her left side. And at certain times, she'd take her quill and write things down while you were talking.
Oh, okay.
But she had one of those people who had the ability to maintain eye contact with you while also continuing to write in her peripheral.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, she took notes.
Well, I mentioned it because I have reason to believe I have some very limited knowledge of Avalier. Though, of course, those are simply theories at this point.
All right, then. Then in that case, what I will do for you is I will take a moment and let me think of how I wish to say this for you. What I would like from you is to know how I can believe in you.
In which way exactly? In what I've said today or in my intentions in the future?
In both. Just in general, how can I believe that this is the right decision?
Well, as far as what I've spoken to you about today, seeing as this note has already been written and sealed, I have no reason to lie to you. Because if either one, I am caught in a lie, this paper goes through, or two, I do not lie well enough, this paper goes through. It's a lose-lose situation. There's no reason to lie to you. Everything I've said today has been spoken the truth. Secondly, I know you know very much well about everybody's history. As I was told, this room has a nifty way of changing its looks to make those around inside comfortable, and you have not gone through that to do that with me. Again, something I credit to the idea that you had made up your mind. As for my intentions for the future, had I been untruthful in my ideas of wanting to protect those, weak enough, or I'm sorry, not strong enough to do so themselves, my arm would have been lopped off a while back when myself, was it Sprada or Selene that went there? Sprada and Selene, right?
Yeah, Sprada was going to chop it off Selene.
Well, no, when they went to have the conversation with Sage Zalider.
Sprada.
Okay. As highly renowned as Sprada is, he would have seen through my lies and through our intentions when both me and Zalider spoke to him about wanting to become stronger and control this, so that way we would be a positive asset. And he would have, had I lied to him then, he would have put a stop to this already. And again, as I said before, I put myself knowingly in the way of danger to try to keep my teammates safe. Even though we were facing overwhelming odds, I even offered them a chance to run and leave me behind.
And she just kind of smiles and says, "That's interesting. I don't think that Team Moonshadow is ever the type that would run away and leave someone to die."
Oh, I offered that option to all that were present currently. My teammates and teammate, they were all offered the opportunity to leave.
Would you see her write something down?
As a matter of fact, I believe at one point they were given one last opportunity to hand me over. And my team, knowing who I am for the most part, would know that I would not intentionally hurt any of them. I wouldn't have put up a fight. So as it stands, I believe that while yes, in the beginning it was very dangerous, and yes, I was manipulated by my trust in the staffing to have the school and the students' best interest at heart, it was not a mistake I plan on making ever again.
Not a mistake you plan on willingly make again.
Oh yeah, but I mean, Tahlu's going to be very extra cautious around any staff members or people wanting him to use Zalider. It's going to be very much one of those ideas of like, this is my weapon. I choose when to use it, or this is my ability. I get to pick when I use it.
Which she gives kind of a moment to look at it and kind of think. Make a diplomacy check.
Doom.
You're gonna make me roll doom dice right now? Really?
No, I'm making you roll heavy fate.
You bastard. Hold on, let me get it out. Actually,
Because this is really heavy.
hold on. There might be an issue.
And he has lost his heavy fate dice.
I might have, yeah. No, wait. Found it. My dumbass. Move all these other dice out the way because I don't know why I have them all in here.
Because they make you feel safe.
No, because I was going through them the other day because I was going to send... Well, I told Mo I was going to send him a set. And then I told a friend of mine I was going to send her a set. So I was going through to see what kind of sets I have anyways. Okay, that diplomacy, right?
That would be correct.
Plus 12, that's going to be a total of 18 plus 12, 30?
Yeah.
Correct.
That is correct.
Good, because I'm bad at math.
I know you are. That's why I'm here.
With that, she just seems to take a moment. She puts back on her glasses. She stands up and walks over towards the sheet of paper. And you see her take it there and rip it down the middle. And then she just looks at you and just says, "Prove to me that I'm making the right decision."
At those words, Tahlu's going to stand up and smile and be like, "You're not the only one that said those words to me." And again, I don't intend to make any of y'all regret what y'all done for me.
She just kind of gives you a nod. And then you see her sit down in her chair and kind of snap her fingers and with a smile. And suddenly the room turns into what looks to be a lavish style, almost. It's very reminiscent of the suite that you had in Hearthstone. It's a huge room, beautiful white marble tile, gold pillars and palisades, soft silk satin sheets sitting all over the place. And the couch that you're sitting on turns into a satin divine. And there's a almost a light breeze of almost something kind of akin to, you can almost say, oranges and apples. Just kind of smiles and says, I didn't want you not to have a story of a room to tell.
Just because he's Tahlu. He's like, actually, I like the way the room the way it was. You have decent taste.
And it's still a story to tell.
To which she snaps her fingers and the room melds back to where it was. You have a massive amount of power and responsibility, Tahlu. I only hope that you live up to it versus it crushing you one day. I'm placing my faith in you to master your power.
He's just gonna give a quiet nod and, like, in the back of his head, he's thinking, if I get squashed, Xavier can't eat me.
To which he sets down the book and the quill and stands up again and opens arms and says, would you like a hug?
He's gonna ask her, did any of my teammates hug you?
So far, none of your teammates have.
He's gonna ask her, do you want a hug?
Nice.
And she kind of smiles and says, yes, Tahlu, I would like a hug.
He's gonna give her a hug.
Said Ruin has his person to hug.
Which it is a very warm and nice and comforting hug. She gives you a slight pat on the back and says, I believe in you, hero. Now go show the world.
He's just gonna
Nice.
give another nod, and it's one of those ideas like, wait, are we done here?
You're more than welcome to go. She kind of motions towards the door, and the door slowly opens. And you see Trenton kind of standing there off to the side of the door, kind of like slowly peeking in. You look lovely as ever, Narabeth. And she just says Ilioni in that same flat voice again.
God, that poor man, he had no love or respect.
Not everybody sees him as this mega cool superstar.
That's
Very valid.
I mean, it sounds that's obviously
Very
correct
nice.
because the way she views the Pathfinders.
Also a fact. Seems to make a lot more sense now why she's here, which is a very odd dynamic that Sprada wants her to stay here.
I mean, very unbiased and professional person.
Somebody that's
There's
looking for a
respect.
reason to be like, the fuck are you doing? Good way to keep himself in check from going too far.
Yeah. Makes sense.
But with that, as you walk away, Trenton kind of laughs and says, you seem to be okay, all in one piece. She didn't eat you alive or anything like that. That's good.
What is with people here wanting to eat snakes?
Not so much that she'd want to eat snakes, more that she emotionally devours people and leaves them cold. To which you just hear all of a sudden Arabette's voice kind of yell out, I can still hear you. And you see Trenton just kind of walk a little bit faster. Not run, but walk with purpose.
Well, seeing as Tahlu knows he's an escort type of situation, he's not gonna rush up his walk. He's just gonna keep going at a slow pace. Like I know you gotta stay next to me.
Yeah, and he does. While calmly not looking back, he just kind of gives like a wave over his shoulder.
He's gonna tell her, just like, after they're a good distance, he's like, maybe you should try to give her a hug.
He kind of laughs and is like, that boat has sailed quite a long time ago, Tahlu. But I appreciate the caring. Mm-hmm. And with that, you make it back to the room and you enter back in looking refreshed, unlike the rest of your team when they came back.
Actually, I was gonna say right before they open the door, Tyler's gonna whisper to him like, I might need to go to the graveyard if there's one here.
You hear him kind of pause and you see Kristoff kind of look over at you. Graveyard?
Right?
Of all things, this team any one of you go near a graveyard, of all things.
Call it a morbid interest.
Right.
There's a graveyard here at Aegis Academy. That'll be fine. You can go there.
Oh, that's what I meant. I'm sorry, I wasn't clear.
Yeah, that sounds good. We can gladly go there in a few minutes' time after I check with the headmaster.
Okay, and then I'll walk into the room and I'm gonna scour that book for any more ideations of codes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Also, now that I know the code is there, I'm gonna intentionally leave it out of the copied book.
Okay. Going back and looking through it, you got the Northern Graveyard. You see another phrase on a few books that says the third mausoleum. Then another one that says the third brick from the left. You see another one that says third brick from the bottom. And then you see another one which is, it's an odd one. It just says, I see you.
Okay.
And with that, above the last part of that page in the bottom corner, you notice it has what looks to be a stenciled in eyeball. Just one eye with the iris and all. Very realistically rendered.
It's funny you say that. One of the first things I practice drawing, and I enjoy even now to draw, is trying to draw hyper-realistic eyes.
Nice. And while you're looking at the page, you see the eyeball blink at you.
And poke.
No.
Nope, I'm not gonna poke at it. He's gonna whisper in a tone that he believes and feels that nobody else can hear. Blink twice if you're him.
Nothing happens.
Cool.
It's an eye, not an ear.
You're right. You gotta write something down. Blink twice if you're him. Show it to the eye.
No, I'll leave it at that for now. Actually, who's the guard at the door?
Kristoff is still at the front door.
Oh, Kristoff.
Jordan is out in the yard.
I'm gonna tell Kristoff, when she's not busy, because it's not an emergency. He's gonna stress it's not an emergency. I would like to speak to Selene, please.
And you see Kristoff kind of give a nod to you and pull out his card immediately and says, Selene Tahlu is requesting to speak to you. It says it's not an emergency, but as soon as you can. Yes, ma'am. She said that she'll be there shortly.
Okay.
And literally, as he's turning back around, she's standing there.
I'm. There really was no rush.
And she kind of just gives this look and says, "For your sake, I hope that there is."
Can
Literally
you
said it was an emergency.
Yeah, I told him to let you know it wasn't an emergency. But I mean, since you're here, can you? This book, it blinked at me, and he's holding up Raphael's book.
You are. She immediately casts out her hands, and there's a opaque spear around the book.
I mean, y'all checked it for magic, though, didn't y'all? I could have sworn you said you did.
Items can appear to detect as non-magical.
Oh.
It's normally not a good thing when they do.
In that case, I show her the notes.
And she starts to look over them. And this belonged to Renwick?
That was my understanding when y'all gave it to me, and when I was reading through it, it was.
Let's say at that point, Ruin's gonna interrupt.
I thought it was Raphael.
Yeah, but say you gave us the book, Miss Selene, or well, you handed it to me, and I gave it to Tahlu.
And you see her kind of take a deep breath. There's a graveyard in the northern part of Teleria.
Ooh, we get a quest.
Tahlu's gonna turn Ruin like, no, I don't think we're going.
It's known as the Blacksoul Graveyard.
I don't think I want to go now.
That sounds kind of cool.
The third mausoleum is the mausoleum that belongs to the Sen-Dao family to our crypt.
Wait a minute. Is it a secret entrance?
I kind of want to go.
Then I don't think I need to have any of this information.
Well, congratulations.
To which you see her put out her hand and seemingly like pull the globe and levitate it up. And unfortunately, my brother, who I have not heard from for hours now, said that he was going to go visit our mother's grave.
Oh no.
Was she in the auditorium when he spoke to the team?
Yeah.
So she heard him say that he was going to take care of that issue.
Yes, you can imagine that with her high intelligence, she's now figured out that he's known where to find his father this whole time. And he purposely didn't tell her that.
At that point, I was like, should we go and help him?
Ruin, I think would be more of a liability.
Yeah, I know, but still.
You see her look at that and says, "This changes nothing. You all are to be kept safe. You not being here means that you could not be safe. I can't worry about my brother and you at the same time."
Well, then, I guess we'll stay here.
And
We have
she just steps out and just looks at Kristoff and says, "Kristoff, Sprada's gone to face my father. Let Jace know he'll need to stay here and take over as acting headmaster until one of us returns." And you see Trent kind of step over into the doorway. And he says, "So it's time?" Mm-hmm.
At that point, Rowan's gonna be like, I've tried to contact Avarice. I don't know if she knows.
You see Selene kind of, ironically, you don't speak Sylvan, so you don't know what the hell she said.
Nope.
What did she say though?
She said the Sylvan equivalent to fuck. And he
like, I
crosses
know.
the hall, and there's the guards from Zanzos that are standing there that kind of come to her. "Madam, you're not allowed to," and she just sweeps her hand and they just get shoved to the side.
Damn.
Telekinesis is a hell of a spell.
It's at that point, Ruin's already like he's out the door at this point.
And you hear her bang on the door. She says, Avarice Calderia, open this door immediately. This is your mother. To which there's a few moments of a pause.
Lion.
And as the door opens, Kat is kind of standing there. Hi, ma'am.
Uh-oh.
And she just says, where is Avarice? She kind of sits there and Kat starts to wilt.
No.
She said not to tell anybody where she was going. As you see the other Zanzo's guards start to stand up and realize that the person that's supposed to guard isn't here. And what that's going to mean for them, you can clearly see some of them starting to sweat bullets like, oh, we fucked up.
You failed the one duty you had. Well,
You really did fuck up.
At that point, Ruin's just gonna look at him like, oh no.
I believe she wanted to see about Adam being brought back, so she took him to a graveyard. Something about your family's tomb. And some type of elixir that she might find there, or a recipe for restoration. She didn't make a lot of sense, which was weird for her. Normally she's really clear about stuff like that. But she said that she was going to make sure to bring Adam back because she kind of looks over and sees you standing there, Ruin.
What happened to her? Where is she? Did she go to?
can I ask a Adam game question? Are you sure it's not someone else? Because she brought Adam back with the breath of life
at that
spell.
point, Ruin's like, because Adam's alive.
Oh, I'm
There's
aware
no
that
way.
she's still alive, but that's what she says.
Ah.
That's why it doesn't make sense that she's saying it the way she's saying it.
Okay, so okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at that point, Ruin's like, Adam's alive. Why is she gonna say to bring him back?
She just kind of like freezes and pauses when you kind of say it that way. And you see Selene seemingly take a calming breath.
Cat, please.
Catherine, if you do not tell me exactly where Avarice, and you see she looks up, and Adam are, I'm going to find them. But when I find them, it could be too late to save them from whatever bad thing could be happening to them. And you see her kind of nod her head, and she takes a deep breath. She said that she was going after your father because she needed to pay him back for what he did. And Adam wouldn't let her go alone. And when I said no, she cast a spell and restrained me and left me here.
They all went.
Wanda
Where's Zayak?
gets up and starts putting your gear on.
Ruin already has it. He's like, where's Zayak? Is Zayak here? Is he gone too?
Zayak is still
they were
in the
all in the
hospital.
Zayak is still deceased. Well, recovering.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
He's still in the ICU, basically.
Okay, so he's still in recovery. Okay, so
Mhm.
at that point, he's like, Ruin's literally looking at saying, I go, well, I guess there's no room for discussion here.
To which Selene kind of turns back towards that, and Trenton, as you see him, all of a sudden this kind of relaxed demeanor's changed. There's almost this kind of, the best word to describe it is coldness, almost like a void of emotion from him. Like now you get that, and it's the same type of feeling you get from Sprada and Selene at times. And you can like, okay, now I can see how he's that guy. This makes sense now.
Neat.
Top.
At this point, time is of the essence.
And Selene begins to raise her hand up, and as Trent looks at all of you, says, "Stay here in the room. Stay safe and guarded. We'll let you know what happens when we can." To which he reaches his hand out and grips Selene's as she's holding hers out. And as soon as there's touch, there's a poof, and they disappear in a blast of white smoke.
As soon as they're gone, Wanda gets up and starts gearing up.
I'd say same.
To which you see Kristoff looking in the doorway is like, "Did you guys not hear what she just said? You have to stay here. Why are you putting on your gear?"
Tahlu sat down.
Just in case.
We heard her, comrade. I just say we heard her, but I continue getting my stuff on.
To which you see Kristoff kind of stand there, and it looks like, "I want you to understand this, students. Anyone who tries to get out of this doorway, I'm going to take down as hard as possible."
I must say, Ruin should already be outside the door.
I was gonna say you're out in the hallway, which he hasn't forgotten about you, because he said that to the rest of them in the room getting ready. To which he'll then turn around and say to you, "Ruin, I'm gonna need you to step back into the room."
Wanda just looks at Ruin and looks at Luna. He's like,
But she's in
"I don't know,
danger.
you want to take this guy?" Yeah, because you're gearing up too, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
just said that- So he just said if we try to leave, he's gonna take us out. So I'm like, all right, if you guys wanna run it, I'll run it.
I mean, to put in perspective, don't forget that there are also 20 armed guards outside in that hallway alone, along with Georgie and another 10 stationed outside the window.
Yeah, I'm about to say, and did the guards from Xanthos already take off?
They did not, because they don't know where the fuck to go.
At that point,
Yeah.
Ruin knows exactly where it is. Northern Graveyard. It's at this point somewhere. God damn it! I know I've seen it.
Tahlu will tell him, like, look,
It's in the Northern Graveyard of Tolerian. It's out there in the sea.
third mausoleum, third brick from the bottom, third brick to the left.
And once they say that, you see Kristoff look at them and give a nod, and they take the fuck off full speed.
At that point, Ruin's like, "Can I not go with them?"
No, you cannot. I understand it's difficult, but we have orders to follow.
Same.
And if I allowed you to go and something happened to you, that would be the worst case scenario.
But it's just me.
I mean, he doesn't have to tell Tahlu. Tahlu's already sitting down, chilling.
If I'm supposed to be her boyfriend and I'm the prince consort, and apparently to marry her in the future, what would that mean to me staying here? Leaving her.
You are a student that would be out of stepping your bounds. Do you believe that there's anything that you can do if you got there and there was danger, that she could not get away from herself? Or that Adam, who's been her childhood friend, who she's trained with since they could walk, would not also be willing to do whatever it took to make sure that she was safe?
So I'm supposed to just stand here and not do whatever I can to keep her safe either.
In the same way that I'm not going to try to save the life and care for the person who I owe my life to, yes. And you can see that Kristoff is actually visibly shaking at the moment.
Yeah, at that point, Ruin's shaking too.
We help our friends. We are going. I step up.
As soon as you take a step, you see him immediately spin his hand behind his back, and a huge staff elongates into shape of a trident staff.
I'm going to use Charm Person.
On Kristoff?
Nope. Wanda.
Maybe he's right.
And use Charm Person on me.
Yep.
All right. Make a will save, Wanda. I don't know what your DC is, Tahlu.
It is 14 will.
Wanda has a high will, I think.
Bards. What you got, Wanda?
That'll be a 22.
All right. So you feel the charm person spell wash over you, but you feel that you're able to basically pull your will away from it. But you can feel that the spell was cast on you.
I'm gonna look at Rune and say, it is up to you whether we pursue this.
Really?
Saying,
I just look at Tahlu like, really, comrade?
Whether it took effect or not, you understand the gravity of the situation and what my decision is. The fact that I was willing to cast a spell on you shows where I stand on all this.
I don't remember asking you.
Doesn't matter, I'm telling you.
At that point, Roy's just like, just rubbing his head and goes, Cat, just be careful.
Cat
And
is just
You
kind
can
of
sit
sitting
here
over
if
across the
you
hallway. She hasn't moved.
and pray, I guess, to whatever deity it is.
You can stay here if you want, but I am not. But you do not make decisions for me.
I'm not making a decision for you, I'm telling you mine. And my decision is to follow orders. And if that means assisting Kristoff in following his orders, I will do so as well.
Because Rowan's already conflicted. He's so conflicted right now. I actually have to roll this.
Yeah, I was going to say, while Kristoff is standing there at the ready, he hasn't dropped into a battle stance yet. Seems to be hoping to diffuse this without getting violent.
I'm gonna say I think he is right. If we've gotten into so many problems being in a place where we shouldn't be every single time, maybe this time we just need to learn to leave it to the professionals. And can I diplomatize it all?
Player to player, you just got to use your words and hope they hit right.
Rowan's already made up his mind at this point.
I'm talking to Wanda.
I'm looking at Ruin.
Rowan's just looking up whenever God will listen. Please keep her safe. It's fine. I'll stay, Kristoff. Against my better judgment, I'll stay.
He just kind of takes a deep breath and says, "Thank you." As he seems to be also breathing hard, as he didn't want to fight either.
If you ever try to cast a spell on me again, Tahlu, we are going to have a problem.
I'll handle that when it comes to it.
Ruin will begrudgingly walk through the door.
And as you do, you hear Kristoff start yelling orders to the rest of the people, and taking out a card to inform Jace of what has happened. Which, even through the card, you can hear Jace yelling through the card, through the doorway.
Nice.
At that point, just hopefully he gets there.
Well, he's supposed to stay. As he was told, he was supposed to stay here and guard the school. Which you can imagine how he feels about the situation.
The same as me.
being told that he can't go to help his brother-in-law, his wife, or his daughter who could be in danger. And he is to guard a bunch of students, which the best of times he don't really seem to give a fuck about these kids.
Yeah, I would say he's one of the I don't give a fuck. At this point, Ruin's agreeing with him. Fuck them kids.
But you can tell that all his yelling is because he's yelling out of frustration at somebody to vent at because he's going to do the thing. He's just not happy about it.
Yep.
That's valid.
And probably only doing it because Selene said directly to do such a thing. He does seem a bit more at peace that Trenton is going along with Selene, that it's not her alone. All right. And with that, the door is closed for you all. As Christoph says, the dinner will be brought to you shortly.
That sits by the door.
Outside the window, you can just see Georgie walking back and forth, pacing.
That boy.
As you can imagine, they also all feel that same type of nervous energy. Sprada's their guy, that's their leader, their friend. And they're all being made to sit around here and just wait. Because everyone going there would mean that the school would be heavily undefended, which is dangerous.
I am going to speak up and I'm going to say, Tahlu, I do think you should try to use your words before casting spells on your teammates without their consent.
Yes, because words are working so well for y'all.
I mean, I don't think you even tried, and we've had this conversation before, and you said you agreed, so, like, were you lying, or...
No, I said I'd agree if there was no danger. You going out into a battlefield would create danger.
That's... I don't remember that being what you said. I thought we agreed that you would just ask for consent.
I was just going to turn around and go back to bed.
I'm going to turn into a bird. And is the bed, like, do they have bedposts?
I should have like a board or a bed.
I'm gonna stand on it and start squawking at him.
All right.
All you're gonna tell her say is, you know, snakes eat birds, right?
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna continue squawking.
Mariah's just pacing.
Tyler would just laugh and go back to ignoring her.
Yeah, Ruin's just gonna be pacing pretty much.
Yeah. Which most of you are sitting there pacing and sitting over the moment. There is oddly a light is sitting on his bed. And you can see from his dancing lights, which normally you guys have seen this dancing light spell before, which is really bright white light. It's still bright, but now the orb, instead of being almost white in nature, is distinctly light gray.
Huh. Said your orb's different color now. Is all your magic like that now?
I'm just gonna nod my head yes, it's all different.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know. None of it's the same color anymore.
Sorry, little buddy. We're gonna get back to pacing.
Yes, indeed. It's a fairly tense moment, to say the least.
And I to meditating.
hmm After about roughly 30 minutes, food is brought in for everyone. Does anyone want to know what their food is, or are they not eating?
I want to know what I'm eating.
I like the way you're like, fuck, I need to know the important shit, okay?
Right. Goddamn Tahlu.
No use worrying about things we can't control.
Yeah, that is also true.
That's also a big fact.
We're gonna go take a look at it.
So there's a roasted salt mantis. There's a baked frost cockroach.
Cockroach.
There's also a Wolpen Tinger pastry. And there's Yukaga bonbons, which are a type of far off desert variety of plant that's kind of used as a glaze.
What's the third one?
I swear you said cockroach.
He did.
Yeah,
He
there's
did.
a baked frost cockroach.
For baked frost. What is that?
It's a cockroach that's been baked and then it's been frosted over with frosted sugar and other spices.
We're gonna just go.
That's
Okay,
sweet.
so
It's just like a regular, just like a freaking roach the size of a finger.
Yeah, it's about the size of a thumb.
We're just gonna look at it like. Reminds me of the
okay,
crickets.
so what the fuck?
My Rose like, kind of like the crickets I used to eat.
Very similar. Has that same type of loud crunch, 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 crunch. Very satisfying.
Like, well,
Yes, I am not eating bugs.
Roaches, not so much.
I was gonna say, and it actually tastes very sweet. So it's kind of like a, for lack of a better word, it's like a frosted dessert.
Like, that was weird.
No shit.
Oh well, it's not that bad. It's actually sweeter than the crickets I used to eat.
I'll eat too.
That is
I
true.
just ate the roach, and that was about it.
And you crunch into it and has a little bit of the juices still on the inside, but it just has a crunchy shell that's powdered over, so it tastes a lot like a crunchy, powdery, sugary treat.
How about that?
That's what's up.
It's a dessert.
High in protein.
Yummy. Yummy.
I mean, it's just a bug. Sometimes you didn't get what you wanted during a hunt.
Yeah.
But I can't eat Luna.
What?
What? What?
Hey, what?
I'm gonna throw the other half of the bug at Wanda.
Easy
What the-
enough to make a ranged attack.
Quick one, catch it!
With your mouth.
Wanda, you do get to make a reflex save.
I'll make a reflex save.
You said what? What do I an attack?
It's a ranged attack. You get a +7.
Okay, thank you. It's a 17.
All right.
25.
Wanda, you can easily catch, like, you see the throw coming, like, the fuck? You can easily just catch it out of the air if you want.
I catch it and throw it back.
All right, make a ranged attack back.
And I can make a reflex save.
You do.
You're gonna be playing catch with a cockroach.
Half a cockroach.
Wait,
Half a
honestly,
cockroach.
how'd she? Did she shift back?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got 18.
She went back
I
to
got a
meditate.
26.
You
26.
You got 26?
Yeah,
Fuck
you,
you,
Damn.
bitch.
like, you throw it, it catches it, throws it right back like one of those quick movie actions. You go to catch it, like, I can, and it slaps you right in the face, like, motherfucker.
I pick it up and eat it.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Since it's back here, I mean.
It's like, Sin, you want the little sticky bun thingy?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Bruno, hand him his. There you go.
It does taste like a very nice, still warm pastry, and the kind of purplish glaze is kind of like a black cherry favorite glaze. It's quite nice.
I'll enjoy that then.
Yeah, and the moment feels kind of nice. It's been a while since y'all just kind of sat and got to be kids, really.
Yeah. Wonder how Saber's doing.
You can always ask. See if Kristoff will let you ask about it.
Nah. He's not worth it. She probably hates us like everybody else here anyway.
I don't think she hates us. I think most of the people are just scared of us because, what happened at the tournament.
Yes, the whole squash, kill.
Yeah. If anything, you're lucky she crushed your pelvis.
What did you say?
If anything, you're lucky she'll crush your pelvis.
Yeah, I guess so.
On the bright side, though, time seems to pass. The meal is good, but they come to collect it. The guards take it away. And outside, you can see that it hits golden hour and it starts to show the sun falling into night. And as the stars come out, it's still no word.
That's scary.
I'm getting anxious.
Yeah.
At that point, I'm probably not
I cannot do this anymore. I am setting up. I'm setting up to cast the scry spell.
Okay.
We are going to get a peek.
Yeah, Ruin will be like, well, here. He'll put his ring down and goes, that's what I have of Avarice. I have a conjoined ring that should connect to her.
Should be perfect.
Would give some big bonus energy. All right.
Okay, let me see. Bonus.
Wait, it only works on one person at a time, right?
Yep.
Indeed.
Spell only works with one person at a time. That takes an hour to cast. And you can keep it up for 1 minute per level.
Well, that's going on. Ruin's like, hey, Sam, anywhere, any luck on the book, because I can't read goddamn Sylvan.
I'll hand you back the full journal translated into common.
Yep.
It's like, thank you. Now I got 2 books, one with Sylvan and one without. Now I can practice translating on my own.
Also true.
I can learn how to read fucking Sylvan at least. I can't speak it.
Also equally true. All right.
Would we say I am familiar with Avarice?
Well, she kind of beat you in a fight.
I would say you are familiar with Avarice. I would say that counts.
Okay.
She has to be over a mile out for me not to be able to get a response from her or hear from her.
Fairly certain the
Okay, so they take a -5. Okay, so that's for them.
Mm-hmm.
For me,
basically, because they have to roll the will save, and those modifiers either boost or subtract from their will. All right, so with her will, that would come out to that. That's a plus. Then her minuses would drop. Because of the ring, it drops below that, and you can suddenly see Avarice. who looks to be okay. Looks like she's breathing hard. And from what you can see, it looks like she is looking out over what looks to be a large, some type of... It's hard to see around her because you can only see it 10 feet around her, but it looks like there's water, kind of like glowing water that seems to be that she's looking at and across. And
do
you
a
do
knowledge
hear...
geography.
You could, but the only thing you can see is the kind of lime green looking water. And from what you can see, it looks like some type of dark greenish stone that the light is reflecting off of at her feet that she's looking down past. But you would hear a familiar voice say beside her, I don't know exactly how we're going to get across that if you can't use your magic. That's at least 30 feet. I might be able to make that at a running start, but I don't know if you can, Princess, as Adam seems like he's right there with her. I'm going to assume you're going to continue to watch her for the full 7 minutes.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch them, and I'm gonna explain to everybody what I'm seeing.
All right. So as Wanda
Try to
sitting
triangulate their position.
setting up and putting the ritual around the ring, see her hands holding out, and you can hear Wanda, eyes opaque white, extoning what Wanda is seeing. And from what you can see, all of a sudden you see Avarice tying something down at the end. And you just hear, well, if you can jump it, you need to go and jump it so I can throw this across to you. To which you hear Adam says, Avarice, are we sure we're the right people to do this? And she just turns around and says, he killed you. You understand that they killed you? You died. You were dead. And I'm not going to let them take anyone else that I love from me ever again. Now jump. You see Adam has this really confused tone in his voice like that.
It sounded like you said you loved me, bro.
I was saying, wait, what?
And you can hear the sound of a couple of quick footsteps of and you just hear silence for a moment until you hear Avarice says, now if you could have did that in the beginning, why did we have to waste time to begin with? And you just see, you just hear this. Right. Why are... Oh.
And we're right back.
Right?
Mm-hmm. You hear what looks like a rope being thrown all the way back across, and it seems to be fitted. And then you can see Avarice apparently tightrope walking her way across the actual rope bridge that was made of 30 feet. To which the entire time Adam says, why are you doing it that way? Why would you not crawl safely instead of trying to balance? And they're just arguing, I can balance this way because it leaves my hands free in case something should happen while I'm going across this water, which has a very, very unsafe smell and look to it. But if you would shut the fuck up, I can focus on getting across safely.
There.
To which she does get across. And when she gets across, and you can just see that she kind of turns down and begins to walk down what looks to be some type of hallway in that same colored darkened green stone. And you just hear him say, how did you even know all this was here? Because this is my family's mausoleum. I know everything about all of this down here. We all had learned about it as we're children. And I also know that that old bastard, if he was going to hide anywhere, would hide here because he knows that my uncle and mom won't come here looking for him. Because of your grandmother. So we're going to finish this, even if I have to bring this place down on top of his head and then magic out of here. And with that, as they get to another set of stairs that seem to be spiraling down, your scry breaks.
At that point, Ruin's already at the door. He's like, Kristoff, is there any way I can speak with Jace?
Of course. You see him pull out his card and says, Jace, Ruin of Team Moonshadow would like to speak with you right away.
Of course, he'll go back to Wanda and thank her. Thank you, Wanda, and put the ring back.
You can kind of hear the response that comes over. You're not sure what it is completely, but it's a lot of loud yelling.
Yeah. I think Ruin gives two shits what the hell he thinks he does.
And roughly about
give the
10
ring
minutes later, Jace walks up.
It's like, hey, Jace, Wanda managed to scry Avarice is safe so far. On Avarice, that they just crossed some kind of watery bridge and have started descending downstairs.
And he just seemingly like blinks his eyes. That's good. There's nothing I can do about it from here.
I know, but at least you can get word out to the rest of them that
You
are
can
out.
send us.
I've been unable to reach them since they left. Same way I haven't been able to reach Avarice since they left. There's something that's also blocking magic in that area. It felt very similar to the same magical interference we felt around Aegis Academy Island.
Well, you wouldn't be able to send us there through teleportation.
I would not be able to. Even knowing the location, I can barely even sense it myself. I can teleport you there and you could end up halfway across the continent.
I go, and
Can Tahlu ask Zalider if there's a way to get around that anti-magic that he had used?
You could make a will save.
I'm gonna fail it.
You don't get any response.
It's probably still too tired. I'm probably still too tired.
Hey, Ace,
Yes.
does my bell still work?
Which bell?
The one my sister gave me?
I thought it broke.
No?
yeah,
I thought it just fell silent.
It fell silent, but it didn't break. Are you
Yeah,
attempting
let's say
Are you attempting to ring it?
I'm gonna pull it out and I'm gonna attempt to ring it.
It does ring. Chimes very clearly.
at that point, Ruin's gonna be like, Jace, is there any way that you can even just send half of our team, or allow half of us to go?
You see him take a deep breath. And what happens when you actually die this time? You realize if worse is the worst, they've fallen into the actual headquarters of Tenebris. Do you not think that I've sent for every reinforcement that I could actually get to answer and could go?
I know, Jace. It's just I don't want anything to happen to her, and I know you don't.
And you can almost see the vein pulsing on the side of his head as he kind of looks around and realizes he's still standing in the hallway. And kind of puts his hand up, and all of a sudden, all the sounds you heard in the hallway that were kind of quieting down as people were paying attention have gone completely silent. If you think that I'm not trying to do everything that I can while also keeping you all safe, you would be incorrect. If I thought that I could send you and you weren't being in danger of dying, then I would do that. But I also have no doubts that Suzaku would gladly take one of you and hold you hostage in order to get him, pointing at Tahlu.
Tahlu's just gonna wave like, yeah, I know how this works.
Can any of you defeat Suzaku if he was to come across you? Could any of you beat Zero? Could any of you beat Amare? I can answer that for you. No, you cannot. I know because I cannot beat them directly. In direct combat, they would defeat me. Easily. The only one that's even questionable would be his sister, points at Sen. And even then, her illusionary power is extremely powerful as it's enhanced by a Godkiller. I believe you're all very familiar with what happened. So in case this is some type of trick or trap, in case there's some type of play here by a masterful, high-level tactician such as Suzaku Sen-Dao, The rest of us are here to make sure that it does not go without us being in the way to stop it. And even if they came here in full force, I don't think that we could stop them, but we could stop them from getting to you and allow you to get away. But everything in my body is wanting me to go there to be with my family, and I can't because I have my duty.
Yeah, my Ruin will nod his head. He goes, once I agree with you with that.
So I respect that you're asking and you're making this request. But understand that it is the last thing that I am going to ever allow.
I know. It's just, I was hoping.
Just for the record, you do all hear a voice kind of behind you after Sin has rung the bell. Well, you hear a woman's voice say clearly, "I wondered if you'd be willing to call me, brother."
Well, it kind of hurt. It's definitely a little bit more difficult to not take things a little personally. I didn't think you would actually go that far.
At that point, Ruin will pretty much like move out of the way and let Jace walk in if he wants to.
Oh yeah, Jace is definitely like looking around and hearing the voice and centering in on the bell.
I'm just gonna try to like hold my finger up to my lips to hopefully keep him a little quiet.
I didn't want to hurt you, brother. But you have to understand that the situation is becoming very untenable soon. And that is only a small sample of what intends to possibly happen soon.
Well, it's not exactly easy to just hand over my friend. Whether that facsimile you created or not is any stronger now, it definitely cost quite a bit to get back here.
I can only imagine.
The other side is...
It's a very dark place at times.
Not really.
Then it seems you and I are headed to very different places when we leave this plane once and for all.
Well, let's not count anything too early.
So please tell me, brother, that you contacted me to say that you have changed your mind and you have talked sense into your friend Tahlu, that he will give us Sage Warmaster Zalider.
I'm gonna look to Tahlu and kind of see if I can get any read off of his face.
If Tahlu hears that, he's gonna like put his finger on the edge of the gauntlet where it meets the skin and pull a little bit to show that it's like attached.
Mm-hmm. As I told you, I have a way that I could remove the gauntlet without even harming Tahlu at all. Your friend will be safe, and I give you my word about that.
And I know that's not something you hand off very lightly.
Yes, as long as he is willingly going to participate, I can remove the Godkiller without harming him at all.
Can I try and signal Jace to see if there's anything he can do?
Jace's eyes have already gone opaque white.
Okay, so he's attempting to scry.
Very much so, it looks like it. Though it looks to be a slightly different version of the spell, as that shit takes an hour just to cast. But Jay seems to like roll his hand as in saying, keep the connection going, keep talking.
All cops are bad.
I know it's probably going to be a bluff at disadvantage, but I am going to tell her we have talked with him about what is going to happen. And he's currently not really in favor of living a caged life. Whether that means he's actually considered it or not, I do not know. But I can't honestly say I'm making this call just to continue business of what it is. I have to know, were you following orders when you created the Suzaku that, and I'm going to kind of clutch my chest, ended me? Or was that him controlling the illusion?
It's quite complex, brother. It was a creation of mine to a degree, but it moves with a mind of its own. It acted very much as it believed, or as I believe Suzaku would act, whether unconsciously or consciously. Though I can't pretend that because I think so highly of you that the general also didn't see you as a very important target to remove.
Well, I can understand that. Despite not being at home, I've kind of gathered a few titles that would rival him, so I can understand why his anger definitely would have been directed towards me. Even now, when trying to negotiate something a little more peaceful ends with, well, what happened on the island.
Brother, there are far more things in play here than you understand. And time is of the essence.
What is of the essence? What is it that they need this for so badly?
I understand that Suzaku is trying to back Headmaster Sprada into a corner to fulfill their destiny. I understand that Suzaku thinks the easiest way to do that is a semi-tyrannical rampage. But if Suzaku is this bent on making this a reality, how did you fall into it? You're smarter than this.
The world is a very cold and dark place, brother. And when I left the village, I did not find that there was many who saw Kitsune as more than a passing fancy. In more ways than one.
At that point, everyone's confused. He goes, what the hell's a passing?
The general was more than willing to not only take me in, but provide and protect me. He saved me from an assault on my own life. And he presented me the chance to merge with my own Godkiller. He didn't force me, he asked me. I understand that you have a very, very negative impression of the man, but I can say that he's done more for me since I've been in contact with him than our own father has.
I can understand the latter half of that, but a successful attempt on my life is a little hard to put by the wayside when considering that he has saved my sister. I will respect him for that, but that does not mean I have to like him.
That is very true, and I only wish that it could have happened some other way.
I'm going to look to Jace to see what it's looking like on his end.
From what you can see, he's putting his fingers together to say that it's close.
What is this assembly time? Why do they need the Godkiller so badly?
Ruin, even if I were to ask my sister that, she would not flat out tell me.
Well, you don't know. You can always freaking ask. Like, why do they need Tahlu so badly? Like, why is there a time frame?
I'm fairly certain Suzaku would not let my sister in on that, despite the trust that he's put in her.
Also a fact.
Well, I would say that is also true, but
It's a tech.
Then while there is no animosity at this moment, I can ask Tahlu one last time what his thoughts are at this moment, and have him, I hate to say this, definitively, and I'm going to give Tahlu a wink, his full thought process on what he wants to do. I'm going to kind of hold the bell in between Tahlu and myself and just be like, Tahlu, what do you think?
I have a question for your sister. How much or how well have you gotten to know Celeria? I got it.
Cilia Leanister?
Yeah.
Cilia Leo Sailor.
And he'll use the whole name as well. Very much like the idea that he wants people to respect Sage Warmaster Zalider. He's going to offer that same respect.
And you hear the oddest thing in response of a chuckle, but the voice isn't just Tara. It sounds like another voice laid on top of hers, and they both say in unison, "We have already merged and become one. And if you hand over Caster, then your problems will be at an end. It can even be very painless for you, though your time is limited because there is a point of no return. And while she is reluctant, I have no issues with removing Caster by force from you."
Maybe that ain't your sister
Yeah.
anymore.
Tyler's just to be like, at first, the idea of, being what I thought at the time was taken over. I fought it. I didn't want it. I did everything in my power to try to, and he in his mind he's like apologizing to Sage Warmaster, like, for lack of a better term, and reflective on how naive I was at the time, rid myself of this hindrance. But in the time I've grown, I've become accustomed to the voice, the company. Hence my question as to how close y'all have gotten, because, well, from what I can gather, I don't know if you have much empathy for other people, Celia. Based on my memories, power meant a lot, as it seemed to have meant to most of the Septarian. But bonds mean a lot for us these days. Bonds are its own form of magic in its purest form. And frankly, it's not a bond I would like to sever anytime soon. So, as for your offer to relieve myself before the point of no return, honestly, at this point, I'm welcoming it.
What is the point of no return?
You
Basically.
sound like Zalider. A fool. And all of a sudden, the kind of double merge kind of falls away as Tara's voice comes back in full by itself. Brother, please tell me this is not the course of action you've chosen. You're smarter than this.
Though I may be smarter than this, sister, it is not my course that I get to set. It is his. But if there is a course that I get to set, we'll eventually be scolding you at the house once this is over with.
Let us hope that that is the outcome that would work out the best for us. Though I doubt that that's a future that I see. And you see Jace all of a sudden says, I have you now. And then you hear that double voice come back and says, did you think that I cannot see you, Jace Calandra, through my bell? And all of a sudden, everybody roll a will save.
No. No.
Oh shit. 2.
Oh, damn.
Hot damn, that's a 22.
Plus 9.
My
Wait,
total
is it an illusion based?
It is.
Awesome, that gives me extra. That is a 24.
Where? Oh, there you are.
Not
I got
Maybe
13.
14? Oh, no.
I got 13.
Oh, even worse.
Yeah.
So thanks to illusion based, it's a 24.
I got a 21.
Hold on, my computer's lagging.
Well, R.I.P.
R.I.P. R.I.P. R.I.P. I just hit the club.
19 plus 7, 26, 27, 28.
Yeah, 26. 19 plus 7 is 26.
Yeah, but if it's mental, mind
Oh,
affecting.
Gets a bonus.
Oh, damn.
All
right, well,
right.
You beat me by a whole 4.
Nice. So everybody who did not get a 25 and above.
Fuck! I missed it by 1.
You did.
What's happening?
All of a sudden, you blink and you are underwater. You feel like you're in this massive. You can't tell where up is down. There's no light, so those of you with dark vision can see still. But you are drowning in water. Make swim checks, everybody.
I'm gonna turn into a water elemental.
Well, mine's a 28 for a swim check, so how do you like that one?
So
Wait,
you're
do
feeling
I
good about your swim.
rolling that?
I am not wearing my armor, so I do not have this +2.
I got a 15.
Or I do not have this -2. I have a +1.
All right. So on the bright side, those of you who got above a 10, you're able to start swimming. The current isn't strong, so you're able to swim. Though whether you're going up or down, you don't really know from the depth that you're at. As for you, Tahlu, from what you can see, everybody in the room, other than you and Jace, just went blank.
Well, he's looking. Talu's looking at this like, the fuck just happened? Fix them.
And you just hear him say, it's a fucking illusion. And you just hear Tara's voice kind of ring out, and that dual layeredness. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Are you going to sacrifice your friends and let them die in my illusion, or are you going to give me the Godkiller, you stupid boy?
Talu's looking at Jace like, what do you want?
And you see Jace is grinding his teeth. Though his eyes, though they were kind of white opaque before, they've gone kind of a darkened black with purple smoke coming off of them. As he's reached over and has grabbed the bell. And as soon as he does, it bursts into flame over Sin's hand. and you all of a sudden can hear Tara scream.
Nice.
Everybody gets to roll a second will save at advantage.
Hot damn advantage. You gotta love advantage.
Oh, I got a 5 and a 14. That's a 25.
Okay.
I'm at 24 right now. Is it still illusion or no?
It is.
Okay, that put me at 26.
All right.
Got a 25. Oh. Is this mind affecting?
It is.
29.
All right. I was going to say, actually, for you, Wanda, your necklace would have broke you out of it after a round.
Oh. Okay.
It's a strong
Bet.
You'd be forgetting what your necklace can do, bro.
I don't. Yes, I do.
It's okay.
It's all right. It's a lot to remember.
It is
Oh,
a
you got a
lot.
whole bunch of freaking
I was gonna
Ithaca
say
shit.
that. I was gonna say that necklace would have protected him from.
The charm, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Had he failed the charm,
Now
it
that
would've
I
just
think
snapped
about
you
it,
out of
it would have, yeah.
Due
I'll
remember next
to
time.
the level of it, soon as if he did fail the save, it would have automatically just snapped him out of it.
There's a reason why Tahlu was willing to do it to Wanda.
Mm-hmm.
I'll remember next time.
That's all good. Does everybody get above a 20?
18 plus 9, 27.
I did.
Okay, so then yes.
Yes. Then all of you are suddenly broken out of it and are back and comfortable, though you are breathing hard because it felt like you were just underwater. Like you don't know where you were, but you felt the current, you felt the breeze, you felt your clothes being moist. And now you were breathing hard because you were holding your breath. Well, actually, you weren't holding your breath before. So a lot of you were running out of air because you didn't even hold your breath before you actually were underwater.
I'm a little used to that at this point.
I'm gonna turn.
Also true.
Back, I'm gonna turn back into myself.
Oh, you never turned into a water elemental.
I didn't. Okay.
did not.
All right. So I was still suffocating.
Oh, yeah. You were panicking
Okay.
for all shit because you thought you turned water elemental and that shit didn't happen.
Okay, yeah, that would be scary.
The bell on fire in my hand.
Ideally, the bell, because Jace's hands is over your hand, which is weird because he wasn't there a moment ago doing that. His eyes are black with purple fire coming out of them, and that same purple fire is in his hands cupping the bell, which is also on the fire, and you can hear your sister screaming out on the other side.
That's so cool.
Ah,
And you just hear Jace grunt under his teeth, "Stupid bitch."
damn, I'm sorry, Sin.
Kind of hot.
How do we get that
Harder.
freaking Godkiller off of your sister? Is the new question.
We could chop her arm
I'm
off.
gonna shout at Jace. Do you know where they are?
And all of a sudden, as he kind of gives like a release, you see like the black flame leave from his eyes and stop from the hand, as the bell is kind of sitting there glowing a little bit. And then you just suddenly hear your sister's voice say, "Oh, we have tricks up our sleeve, do we? Well, if you want me, come and find me." And all of a sudden, the bell in your hand shifts into a portal that is standing right in front of you, between you and Jace. It's only about roughly 3 feet tall, so you'd have to jump into it, but it's there. A portal just spinning of kind of light blue and white energy that's circling with the void.
Ruin
And,
is so
and you
tempted right
see Jace immediately put his arms out like, don't.
You were all thinking
I
jump.
see it coming from something.
It
Or
came
is it-
out of the
or did-
bell, originally.
Is the bell still there?
The bell is gone. You imagine that this was kind of a fail-safe way that they could quickly get to you, and she's just triggered it.
I imagine Jace being there like fucking what was it, Jurassic Park?
Pretty much
Yep.
with the arms up, like ideally he's trying to think of a way to explain quickly before you guys take an impulsive action.
At the point Ruin's already getting ready. He's like, Jace, need an answer.
No, Ruin.
And Tahlu sat down.
At best, it's a trap. and takes you exactly where they want you to go. At worst, you could end up anywhere and have no idea where you are, or all be separated across the globe. Use your head, you're adventurers. Why would the enemy give you a way to come directly to them unless they were confident that you weren't a threat?
Yeah.
Can you dispel this now, Jace?
If it is magic like this, it can only be temporary and it won't last with the wards that are up. Which is true. You can see that since it actually was originally cast, the warp gate is getting smaller.
Ruin's gonna throw
shrinking.
Freaking, he's gonna make a little airplane and says "fuck you" and throw it in there.
I was gonna say it's only gonna be up for about roughly 30 seconds.
Okay, well he's gonna chicken scratch it,
Right.
curl up a little ball and throw that bitch in there.
It immediately goes right through.
I want to
Fire a fireball in there.
If you want, you could try to.
Oh, yeah, that'd be so cool. Do it.
Oh,
I would say magic missile in case it doesn't go through.
Yeah, that's my worry.
Yeah, don't launch magic spells through it, please. We're just gonna sit here and wait for it to dissipate.
That's why we're being petty and throwing objects. Like I threw a roach.
Fun.
All right, I'd say he has 3 rounds left now. Is it shrinking?
Okay, what about bag of holding inside a bag of holding, and we throw that in there?
Oh shit!
You mean
No.
a bag of holding inside of a portable hold? That's different.
Yes.
A bag of holding inside of a bag of holding, the bag of holding on the inside just becomes inert and stops working.
okay.
Well, then.
But I know what you're talking about. It's where you do the implosion version, because I did that for a campaign once in order to destroy a terrible, terrible, deadly-ass dungeon. Sprada survived, ironically.
Can I just scratch out a note like Ruin that says I will see you when we both get home, sister, and then throw that through?
You can. From what you can see, there's one small thing that plops out into the bed in front of you. I'm assuming you're still sitting on your bed, Sin.
Yeah.
From what you can see, there's a small cube-like device, almost like the size of a Rubik's Cube, that drops out.
I want to use detect magic on it immediately.
It detects as magical. Because it takes 3 rounds for you to get all the stuff, it detects strongly as magical. And that would be the end of the portal as it pops out. And as far as what I would say it pops out to, it seems to have conjuration, transmutation, abjuration. You're sensing it seems to rotate through a list of different things as it seems to shift. It doesn't settle on one.
I'm going to pick it up with kind of like a cloth in hand and start to examine it.
All right.
I'm going to turn back to Jace. Did you find where they were?
Yes and no. I know that they're probably exactly where I think they are, which is in the Blacksoul graveyard, as that's where I was locating on. But as I kind of looks around the room, intervened to protect you all, the location that I had almost locked down was then pulled away. So I can't say, but all I can say is it feels as if it's underground, deep.
Nice.
That's where Avarice and Adam were headed.
You know what is in the Sen-Dao tomb? The crypt? Their mausoleum?
Unfortunately, I do not, as I am not a Sen-Dao. That is not information that I have been given privy to. I know the location of the tomb, and I know the rumor that there, as I found out in my younger days, there was a rumor that there was an entire catacomb that was underneath there, connecting to a far, vast, and forgotten fortress underneath.
Neat.
Is you still on campus somewhere that you could go pry more information from him?
I have attempted to reach Seryu, but apparently he seems to be unreachable at the moment. and I can't currently go chasing off after where he may or may not be. The Sky Sword is here, its captain is not. And his crew didn't seem to be forthcoming about exactly where he was at this moment.
Wonder if he went with Abra. No.
I already gave them orders to find him and report him to me as soon as possible.
Going with Selene because they would have known.
The only thing Tahlu's gonna do is look at Jason like, you thought we were gonna jump through.
And we were thinking about it.
And he just kind of takes a pause and like stares at you for a moment like, really, you think that they wouldn't have jumped through?
I'm just looking up at the sky.
Honestly, I would have looked at Tahlu. Actually, I probably would have, so he's not. So he's wrong there.
Without breaking eye contact with Jason, I know Ruin would have. That's why I told him not to.
As I said, at best that was a trap. It's just about how bad that trap would have been.
At worst, it would have just scattered the entirety of this crew across the globe and plains to then be picked up.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yes, leaving Tahlu with basically the ultimatum of your friends or your Godkiller.
I mean, that's what she said when y'all were drowning.
Oh.
Yeah.
I hope you don't take...
down or I give it up.
I hope you don't take what Limbo threatens you with as a, strike against my sister. She is nice.
Tahlu's just deadpanning, looking at him like.
So, Ruin's gonna pat Sin on the head. Yes, your sister's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I would actually say, Sin, make an intelligence check.
Okay, that's a 17 plus 3 for a dirty 20.
Excellent. Make a sense motive check at advantage. Triple advantage, actually, because it's your sister we're talking about. You know her.
Alright. Okay, yeah, it's a 19 plus sense motive of 6 for a 25.
Thinking about the idea that this is your sister, while you know that your sister can get violent in protecting somebody, she's normally not aggressive in the mode of taking someone's life. She normally likes to find an alternative way. And thinking about the things that she was saying, it sounded, in retrospect now you hear it, that it was her attempting to find an alternative way versus what could be the outcome. And the more and more you think about it, you realize that it seems to be her way of trying to protect you from Suzaku and everything of how he would deal with the situation.
Yeah, using me as bait and threatening is the literal nice way of doing this.
And realizing that the strain that Zalider has on Tahlu, you can only imagine what Celia probably has a strain on your sister, especially after using it again after the large amount of energy she had had to expend at the island.
Yeah.
If you think your sister is still redeemable, comrade, I will support you.
I think she's starting to run out of energy.
Or options.
She ran out of options when she joined Suzaku, but she just managed to pull that off after the fight.
Yeah.
I think Suzaku is just barely holding her together with...
So you think your sister's in danger then? Is she falling apart?
You can imagine that she's probably exhausted at this point.
She's at least...
Listening to it, hearing... You can now think about the fatigue you was hearing in her voice and kind of the plead of giving up because she doesn't have the energy to keep doing it. And if she can't confirm this, then all the other options are far deadlier than what she could do.
He's worn about it in his paper.
Mm-hmm.
So she doesn't have much fight left in her.
Mm-hmm. Especially, you can imagine if Jace's attack, which didn't seem to harm you, was able to do enough to break the concentration that she had. She can't be in the best condition at all.
We will rescue your sister, friend.
I hope we can.
Me too.
I'm on the fence.
Just
We
for
can-
sense sake.
Can we save my sister, not necessarily her Godkiller?
That's what I'm talking about there.
Cool. So we're chopping off the arm. I'm down.
I don't want to watch that.
That y'all threaten me with that shit all the time. The fuck?
I just said I don't want to watch it.
Say, you're a guy, she's not.
Okay, sexist.
I'll do it. I can do it. I mean, yeah.
I mean, like I said, if Sin can't do it, I'll take care of it.
I mean, technically, she seems to have claimed there's some way to remove a god killer without harming the person.
Yeah.
To our knowledge, only she can do that. I can't really have my
Also-
sister sever the God Killer from herself, can I?
Who
I mean, we
knows?
could do some research about how to do it.
I mean, if anything,
Maybe find a way.
she would have to give Tahlu or Zalider instructions on how to do it.
Maybe
Yeah,
Zalider knows how to do it, but
Yeah,
they just need to
Celia's-
connect first.
Celia is not going to tell Zaldar how to do anything.
Yeah, that's
Also,
true.
as just a reminder, I love the idea, Luna, but the two of the like maybe 6 current God Killer experts are in this room, being Tahlu and myself. The other 2 being Suzaku and my sister, and then maybe Sprada and Selene. Only
Yeah,
1/3 of them know how to remove it. Suzaku's not going to just let my sister give up that information willingly.
I'm sure, like I'm thinking maybe Zalider might know. You know what I mean?
I'm hoping he knows, because then that's another avenue we can explore.
Yeah. But I would say from all your research about Suzaku, he is a cold, heartless, pure logical tactician. That he will gladly sacrifice people to obtain his goal, including as he's done in battles plenty of times before, which is how he's been so undefeated in battle, because he would sacrifice, if necessary, a large portion of his army to bait in the enemy and to think they have an overwhelming victory, only to then pull them into some
Squash.
trap and crush them completely. And his soldiers, because of his outstanding record, would go into that knowing more than likely they were going to die, but willing to give it everything in order to make sure others would live. As that was a credo of his army regiment. Sacrifice so others may live.
Hmm.
Well, for now, we know at least that we have the right location. We know that at least my sister is not up to full fighting force, so they have that in their favor. I'm not sure it's the best thing for us, but
I like how we're sitting here strategizing and Jason's just standing there.
From what you can see, Jace seems to be thinking as he has his eyes closed.
Hey, wait, I have a question. And I was saying this out loud. That potion thingy that they used, that I was given to sedate Sage Warmaster Zalider, is there a reverse of that?
to enhance him?
Well, just to give him energy. Look, we're tired. We fired off 3 shots. If I'm using his power, I can only imagine how tired he is.
Is there a way? I mean, they got your sister up and running after what she did.
Yeah, but
It's not infeasible, but I'm no alchemist.
the thing is, Tara's actually bound with Celia at this point. I'm still...
Sage, Warmaster, Zalider, and Tahlu are still technically 2 entities that are connected. My sister and hers are one entity.
Well, I mean, I don't think Sage Warmaster Zalider Gauntlet version has enough to feed him a potion.
True.
No, but the potion will
Means
work
that his-
to them.
But the gauntlet itself is out in the open.
I mean,
No.
can a
Palu
spell of
can
greater
take the
restoration
potion.
work on him?
Palu can take the potion and translate it to Zalidar. It just takes a little bit longer. Whereas for my sister, if she were to take a potion, it would just be immediately split.
So, greater restoration? Cast it on the gauntlet? Would that work? I don't know how magic works.
No, it would have to be a restoration spell on Tahlu to refresh his body and his mind.
I'm just gonna turn and look at Jace like, I doubt you got anything like that, huh?
Kind of takes a look and says that would be a no.
But would Quartermain have something like that?
Kind of laughs like Quartermain. I'm gonna hate this. And you see Jace all of a sudden close his eyes and wave his hand in the air and say, Quartermain, do you happen to have something to enhance a god killer?
Taru's actually gonna, if anybody's watching him, he's actually going to cringe when they hears the word Godkiller.
See him look for a moment. No, a god killer, the old ancient weapons from before the Divergence. Extremely powerful. Filled with power. Can actually destroy gods. Hence God Killer.
Yeah.
And you just,
Taru's
hear him say, I fucking hate you. Let's just say he informed me that I could do something that should be physically impossible and that he cannot.
Well, damn.
I mean, they can make something to put him to sleep. I thought they would. You're right. Never mind.
It's not something that someone generally wants as an enhanced god killer versus one that's been sedated. And even so, the person who put that together was Selene.
Oh, yeah, and she's not here. And there's no notes to recreate that.
No, there's always notes.
There's always notes.
Yeah, she's
You
probably
get to
with
know where
her.
they're at.
Mm-hmm. Any notes are probably with Selene.
That's exactly what Rowan would have said. Anything like that would have been with her.
Yeah.
And then you just see Jay say, you know what? Fuck this. And you see him, I'm going. And you see him just turn and go to walk out the room.
Hey, wait. What do you mean just...
No, Wanda shoots up too.
Yeah, same.
Hold on.
We're gonna try following.
Jace doesn't seem to be paying much attention as you all
Word.
walk out.
Wait. We following. Sweet.
Word.
Yeah, we're going. We're doing this.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
And you see
Right?
Kristoff looking at you like, where are you all going?
We're
Jace.
following.
Jace, what are they doing? Which Jace is halfway down the hallway already and just, he's in that very much, I'm going to do this shit, fuck it. And is not paying any attention to anything anymore.
Talu, are you
A
still?
little bit, so he can't catch me.
Talu, are you still in the room too?
Oh yeah, I'm still in the room.
I'm gonna look. Being the last two in there, I'm gonna look to you and go. What are our chances of actual survival on this?
Zip, Zilch, Nada, and probably Nada the Snowball's chance in hell.
I've been there.
Damn.
Not
I
fun.
mean, less than my chance against him down there again.
Asmodeus!
That best. Yeah, it's always still not saying that word.
Do you think we should actually go?
Do I think we should go? Hell no. Are we gonna
Redaction.
go?
Are we going to go?
It's your call, team leader.
I mean, kind of a morbid outlook, but at least you all are safe if this goes as south as possible. I'm just gonna kind of hold out my hand, kind of one of those in for a penny, in for a pound.
Just don't let Xavier eat me, I guess.
I don't think he can.
I think he'll want to eat all of us, given the chance.
If Jace doesn't kill us first. Oh, fuck. He's totally like, I fucking hate all of you. Grabs his bag and stands up with Sin.
I'm gonna start putting on the Deathwalker's ward as I'm walking.
I will try to help Sin as best I can, even though I know nothing about armor.
It's all right. It's not too difficult to put on. It's just more getting it on is awkward just by yourself.
No point, just like Sin, hold your arms up. Slap. buckle. Done. It'll take care of itself because it's magic armor.
As we pass Kristoff, I'm just gonna look at him like, I'm so sorry.
Wait, what species is Kristoff?
Human.
Can I just walk past him and just say, "Let this happen," and give him a wink?
Make a diplomacy check.
Hot damn, that's a 19 plus diplomacy of 6 for a 25.
Well, he rolled a natural 1. So as you're going by, he'll just look at you and says, "Bring them back, please." And you'll see that there's a small tear running from his eye that he wipes away.
Wait,
I am going to try and straighten up to it, an intimidating 4'7" at this point in time, and be like, "I'm the apprentice of the Archmage of Teleria. If she doesn't come back, I don't have anyone to teach me." And then I'm going to cast sleep on him.
On Kristoff?
I'm going to try and cast sleep on him.
All right.
Oh, you're giving him plausible deniability.
What's your
Yeah, we
DC?
gotta make it look like.
My DC would be... Where'd my numbers go?
This poor guy.
Hey, if...
17.
16.
Okay, I'm not
that's
judging
a-
what you're doing.
Yeah, would be 16.
And I have a backup spell just in case.
I'm just going to give him another little wink.
Here's the oddest thing. When you cast that, even though it seems like it's going, and when you put it out, all of a sudden, when you wave your hand, normally like there's just kind of a haze that goes over the area. Suddenly it seems to be like a dark, shadowy haze. And remember, there's 10 guards that are also out there with him. And your spell normally can affect 1 or 2 people. It's all of them. They all seem a little drowsy, and then they just kind of slowly collapse and fall down.
So they're looking at
Damn, Sin, you really upgraded.
Yeah, for real. What the
Chilling down
fuck?
the hallway.
Level up.
I'm just going to like gently pat him on the head and then run.
Which there are other students who are in the hallway, so people see like, holy shit. And then all of a sudden you hear yells like, "They're doing it again. They're about to do some shit." It just starts to carry through the hallway.
Tahlu's gonna look at that kid
Oh, it's
and just glare at him.
it's like 6 or 7 of them that started. And now it's spreading down both hallways as people just can see that. They're like, holy shit.
It's like, yeah, we're doing the thing. Don't worry about it. We'll tell you about it later.
Jay said it was okay.
Jay said nothing of the sort.
They said nothing exactly.
like the way that you're like, look, Jay said it was okay. Just throw it. As you all get to the teacher's tower where Jace's walked, you see that he is creating what looks to be... It's the oddest thing. I'd say, Sin, you'd probably be the quickest to pick it up with a spellcraft check.
Okay. Oh, hot damn. 19 plus spellcraft of... 9. Yeah, so 28.
He is, it looks like he is creating, basically manipulating the teleportation circle. It looks like he is crafting a new destination and basically creating a spell on the fly.
Hot
Oh,
damn.
yeah.
Like the level of what the fuck this is like,
You
it'd
don't
be
get
like
too
doing
deep.
literal rocket science in your head for math.
Big brain
Okay,
shit.
hard part about all of this is we need
Big
Ruin
brain.
unconscious.
Big brain shit. Oh, I can help.
Wait, who?
You!
I was like, I guess put me to sleep and drag me through.
Yeah, hard part about that, you still resist magic, right?
Probably. Let's find out. That, sir, is a 5.
If I try to quickly slap him with a sleep spell...
So you try to hit it on to Ruin?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to condense this onto Ruin.
All right,
That would
Ruin, what is your total?
11 if it's a will save.
It is a will save.
So then it's an 11.
You go to cast it over him, and the gray dust falls over him, but it seemingly sticks to him, and Ruin is asleep on his feet.
Nice.
Okay,
I have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be possible to have Tahlu try to enter a semi-meditative state while still following the group?
You want to try?
I want to tempt, at least at the idea of him calming himself down, because he wants to see if maybe going to that level of relaxation will help Zalider rest up as well.
Okay, make a will save.
It's gonna fail.
All right. You are unable to enter that state while you're moving.
Okay, so not even while like standing there waiting.
Ideally, you are literally hearing like the sounds of Jace's magic as he's literally ripping the fabric around. It's not quiet. It's not quiet at all. It's making quite some noise.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
And honestly, it's a little terrifying because there's a lot of energy. It's like static electricity. You can feel the energy in the area that he is pulling and ripping apart. And
Is any of
around.
this any of this familiar to anything I saw or felt in the dreams that I had when I watched people do magic?
You've seen some of them before. Some of the mages did similar things where they would literally craft some type of spell on the move and just make the shit happen. And you know that it's some shit that it's something that they did to show off, but it's not something that was commonplace for many people.
With that, I think Tahlu and part of Zalider would be smiling, like remembering those times.
So with that, you see some of the teachers kind of come out and around the teacher's tower like, the fuck is this sound going on? And
Can I just do a bluff of like, you might want to walk away before you have to explain it later?
make a bluff check.
Yeah.
17 plus 17, 34.
Nice.
You see many of them kind of like nod their head and kind of look like and shake their heads. One you would notice that does not is Professor Codex, who seems to be standing there watching with a slight smirk, but not shifting to run away or to go anywhere.
Actually, now that I see Professor Codex, I'm gonna really quick reach into my bag, pull out that what did I have of it? Have in it, or have it in?
The
Crozak.
liquor you made?
No, not the liquor I made.
The Crozak.
The Crozak, but I forgot. Did I?
Oh, it's just a wineskin.
Yeah, you put
Yeah, I
it in
put it
your
in
one
a
of the
skin,
water
in
skins.
a water skin. I'm gonna toss that to him. Or them.
I mean, you can make a ranged attack to try to make it, but they're like 60 feet up.
Oh, 60 feet up.
Yes.
Who's the closest to us?
Out of the people that are up there, let me see. The closest one that would be down on the lowest floor is... down here, you would be next to Professor Windmeyer. Sylvia
And there's-
Windmeyer, who is a third year, teaches third years about different planes of existence.
And they're standing nearby.
They are standing only about 10 feet up in the first ring of actual steps.
I'm gonna toss it up to them and be like, and point to Professor Codex, like, "Hey, that guy."
And you just see the Professor Windmeyer, who has like big rimmed glasses, wire frames, and kind of a studious, tight fit shirt and robes. Kind of, what is the meaning of this? Why would I take this, whatever this is, and give it to Professor Codex?
It's for study.
And with that, you hear Jay says, "It's time." And he then swings his hands in a massive big circle and then clamps them together. And all of you are pulled through the teleportation circle.
Hot damn, do I snap awake after we go through?
We just have to basically smack you on the face lightly, and we can wake you up and break the sleep spell.
And with that, all of a sudden you find yourselves with the temperature shifts. If you are now outside, standing in what looks to be a graveyard full of all blackened stone head plates, outside of what looks to be a fairly large, I'd say it looks to be about a 50 by 50 mausoleum that's standing there. And at the top, from what you can see, it has what looks to be a dragon sitting with a pair of swords crossed over the chest, which is the actual house symbol for House Sen-Dao.
Yep. At this point in time, I'm gonna like smack Ruin on the face and be like, "It's time to wake up."
Nah, well,
You smack the hell out of Ruin, and he does not wake up.
no, I'm still out.
Can I help?
Yeah.
Let me try.
Yeah, let me try. We can take turns.
Can I just pour water on him before he starts getting like bruised up in the face?
If you want to smash him with water, you can.
Yeah.
I just want equality, man. I just
That was gender equality, damn it.
that was not.
As you hit the water, all of a sudden you see Ruin, your eyes fog up. You get, the fuck? What?
Just throwing water at me.
They were gonna smack you.
Oh.
I wasn't. No, I mean.
Oh, so you were gonna hit me?
Well, I already did.
That is true. You do feel your cheek is already stinging.
Exactly. A smack didn't work, so I mean, you punched me in the face. I only thought it right that if you needed to be woken up, maybe a punch in the face, since I also needed one back from you. You know what I mean? It would help, but
Okay, so and you're trying to wake me up, you're gonna strike me in the face where you physically attacked and assaulted me when I was carrying you to safety. Yeah, okay.
You
We're
recognize
arguing
that.
about this
You
right now. We're
recognize
about
that
to
wasn't.
At that point,
my
Ruin
fault.
already ignored you and turned back toward Jason's like, alright, so this is the place, right?
Which Jason's staring at you all with a look that if he could kill you with a look, you probably would have been dead already.
Another time for sure. It's okay.
Carlos
We got
is
more
literally
important things to worry about right now.
That's why
Yeah.
Ruin's like, forget it. Alright, done. So
Tyler like really argued about this while we're about to die. The fuck is wrong with us?
Let's make this plain and simple. You have one mission, Team Moonshadow. Find Adam and Avarice and retrieve them and then withdraw immediately, regardless of what you see happen. I do not care if you see the most wonderful things in the world that you want. You leave this place immediately once you have them and you have acquired them. Are we clear?
let's say that's Crystal. I will grab her, take her away.
I don't care about whatever means you have to do so. If you have to knock them out to drag them out of here, do it.
We understand the parameters of the mission, sir.
Understood. At that point, Ruin's already trying to commune with Avarice through the ring.
Nothing.
I will try not to blow nothing up in respects for the dead.
At that point, Ruin's like, I still can't get a hold of her.
Well, Ruin, didn't Wanda? Yeah, Wanda.
Wanda scried on her, but it doesn't say how far away she is.
Well, no. I understand that, but Wanda was telling us everything that they were seeing. They said something about not being able to use magic. That's why. They
Yeah,
did
I know,
something.
but still, it doesn't mean anything. I mean, because she was able to scry, so that's magic, regardless.
Mhm.
So she was able to use magic in this general area.
Mm-hmm. As Jason's looking at you, just so you're aware, Don't rely on magic because it took quite a lot of magic out of me just to make this work. I just
Got
did
it.
what
Like I
did.
said, I was just trying to see if I could communicate with her or try to reach her.
Understandable. Don't trust your magics. Don't believe in them. I would even say that probably go for as much as equipment. If I was Suzaku Sen-Dao, I would make sure that nothing magical worked around here unless I wanted it to.
Gotcha. Is that Ruin's gonna brandish the axe and he's gonna pull out Witchethorn?
So I was like, I got, I'm fucked.
Don't worry, you got a whip.
It's magical.
And you got your little shooter things on your wrists.
Tyler's deadpanning, looking at Ruin like these the toothpicks.
Do you want me? I can't make your rapier on the fly. But let's just go.
I would imagine that it might have a chance of more of it working now that if it's the Godkiller that was actually affecting the magical field, then maybe with Tara exhausted, that could weaken with time. But it did take time on the island, so I wouldn't depend on those things unless you have no other choice and hope for the best.
There you go. Got it.
And with that, he goes to walk into the mausoleum, which from what you can see is just a massive statue of about a 25 foot tall statue of what looks to be a dragon holding swords, much like the small one outside. And you see Jace looking up and down and just say Apsu. Which, saying Apsu, the eyes begin to glow.
I'm looking for I'm counting the bricks.
Are you counting the bricks on which side, the left or the right?
Oh, it didn't even say, did it? It just said third brick.
It said third brick on the right.
On the left, right?
On the left. It said third brick on the left, third brick from the bottom. That's what I'm going for.
Okay. Are you going on the left side or the right side?
I will do the left side first just because left and left makes sense.
Okay. You go to that one, and it looks like just another regular stone.
And if he's doing that, I'll go to the right side.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, because I said that shit out loud.
You did.
Yep, so I'll head over to the right side.
And what do you do?
I guess I'm going to mess with the brick. I'll push on it.
All right. You go to push the brick, and your brick pushes in.
Ah!
And you see that the left sword slowly raises up from Apsu, and it points down towards the actual ground in front of it, and a stairway opens up heading downward on that side.
All right, Jace, looks like we got our way in.
Tahlu, did you press yours?
Yes, like if I was trying to test it.
You can see that yours would press in, and Apsu's eyes still glowing. His right sword would fall down, and also create a second tunnel directly in front of its sword, leading down underground.
Great. Now, which side did they go? Left or right?
Those were the only puzzles I uncovered anyways, all right?
That is
No,
correct.
you.
And it said, I see you. So where's the eye?
I see you.
And you see Jace look at both of you and seem to run some calculation in his head and looking like around and out. You all go left, I'll go right.
All right.
I'll do a survival check and see if I can. Like, is there any way to tell which way is like most traveled?
There you go. That.
Make your survival check.
Let's see, because I'm going to do the same thing, and mine is a 26.
Mine is a 27.
And can I take the back and do a perception check?
You can. Looking around down at the actual temple itself, it's spotless, but you don't see any footfalls or footmarks or anything like that on the walkway down. From what you can see, as you see about 30 feet down before it curves. From what you can see, the one on the left curves down and to the left, the one on the right curves down and to the right.
My survival is a 6.
It's like, all right, Jace, we'll see you on the other side. Ruin will immediately begin to take point and head down.
My perception was at 25.
All right. From what you can see, now that both of those have been open, you see that there's a third eye that's open on Apsu's forehead that's glowing.
Push it. Push the button.
Who?
I was gonna say the eye is 25 feet up in the air.
Oh shit!
I can press on it and I can turn on. I mean, I would rather he do it because I would rather not waste.
And at that point, Ron will fly up and just push it with his blade. Just,
All right. Make a reflex save.
God damn, this is gonna suck.
It is.
I just realized something. I don't know why Tahlu wouldn't have questioned it before. Why would Renwick have known about this?
I got a 26. If it's illusion based, then it would make it a 28.
Oh, it's not illusion based.
Okay, well this shit's gonna hurt.
He was on there too.
He'd have had to come to their base.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm gonna push my sword and it's gonna hurt me.
It is. As the eye immediately electrifies. Ooh, math. All the math. All the numbers. 3, 3. It's 12. On the bright side, instead of 44 damage, you only take 22 damage. As a massive blast of electricity blasts out and shocks through your sword, which is enough to actually make you lose your grip as everything goes numb for a moment, but you're able to shake it off since you made your reflex save.
Okay, well, we know the eye is magical. Don't poke the eyes.
Don't poke the eyes.
We'll pick up his sword and put it back in his pocket. Or put it back in its sheath.
And you just see Jace just shake his head as he walks down his side.
It's like, well, we'll be fine. Goes, and then Ruin will go back to taking point, head down.
Hollow, didn't the book blink at you?
Yeah.
Did that blast go anywhere in particular?
The blast went directly through the sword and directly across into the top of the mausoleum on the backside, right over the doorway.
Is there anything above the doorway?
Are you looking?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn to follow where it went.
I will follow him.
From what you can see, there seems to be a stone eye that is sitting there that's now glowing also.
Does it look like the eye in the book?
It does look very much like the eye in the book.
That's the one that blinked at me.
Where's this eye looking?
It seems to be looking straight across, but as you all are looking up at it, you hear kind of stone turn as it slowly looks down at you all. And then it blinks.
That's creepy.
I could have sworn I would already gone down the stairs like, hey, what are you guys waiting for?
You did.
As we've got somebody watching us, Ruin. Wave for them.
At that point, Ruin's gonna wave his sword. That hurt! Put it back in and
then as it blinks a second time, suddenly everything goes white, and you all are standing in what looks to be the same space of an entryway, with just a black door with silver buttons, basically, and holders across it. As you're in a 9x9 room, just sitting there all of a sudden.
Oh, even when I was down the stairs? Oh, damn.
Well, you came back up to wave.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, shit, then never mind.
Otherwise, you would have been just by yourself. All by your... If you hadn't said you was coming back upstairs to wave, I was like, now Ruin's alone. Solo trip. He got this.
Luck. That was pure luck right there.
All right, there you go. Okay. All right, well, then. It's like, well, the stairs have disappeared. Now what?
Yeah. Now you're in basically a solid room. There's a ceiling above you, dark green stone walls around and behind you, same on the floor, and there's just a door in front of you.
Can we perception for traps?
Okay. 1 second you were in the middle of the regular mausoleum, and now you're just in this locked-in room.
19.
You don't notice any traps.
There's a door in front of us?
There is a door right in front of you. I mean, this room is only roughly 10 feet across, 15 feet across.
I walk over to the door and detect magic.
It doesn't detect as magical.
All right, well, it looks like we're going in.
Are there any traps on the door?
You didn't see any traps with your perception check earlier.
Okay, I just didn't know if I had to do another one because I was closer up to the door. But okay, I try to open it.
Let's knock first.
Knock first.
Courtesy.
Okay.
Rowan will hit the door just with the back end of his sword.
Okay. With that, you don't hear anything on the other side.
I'm gonna open it.
As you slowly begin to open it, you see that there seems to be a guy that's walking in front of the door, because it seems to be about a 10 by 10 hallway on the other side. It's like, who's knocking at the door? And he kind of just pauses for a moment about 5 feet across from y'all when he sees like you all in the room, and then you all see him. He's wearing kind of all black, has a dragon symbol on his left upper chest pocket of Apsu, from what you guys seen above.
I think Rowan would have already drank a potion after getting. He was in the middle of drinking a potion at that point.
Can we grab him and bring him in and close the door?
Make an initiative check to see if you guys are faster than him.
Because I would have tried to grab
I
him.
got a modified 20.
You're
Nat
drinking a
20.
potion, sir.
I also got a
Well,
nat 20.
I will smash this man in the fucking head with my other hand if I have to.
On the bright side, y'all should have beat him because he only rolled a fucking 8, so whack ass.
Alright, everyone guard file.
Whack ass guards. I would say if you beat him in the initiative, you'd be able to easily get the jump on him, and you all have a high enough CMB as a group to be able to grab him. And unfortunately, there's nobody else in the hallway that goes to each side at the moment because he was dumb enough to come check the door that he heard knocking at.
Rowan's gonna literally start to choke him out. Alright, go to sleep.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's not the strongest of guys. He's fairly low budget and literally just there to be a meat shield.
Damn.
The outfit that he's wearing, is it like a uniform at all?
Looks to be very uniform-ish. Ironically matches a lot of what you've seen Zero and Tara wearing.
I'm gonna put it on and make a disguise check.
You definitely will make a disguise check.
It's gonna say Luna, Ruin, strip him. Wanda, can you crack his head like a walnut and see what's been happening with your, I know you've got to detect thoughts or something.
I can try, but maybe we'd have to interrogate him.
Well, while he's currently unconscious from Ruin's chokehold, I think might be a little easier for now. Otherwise, we have to wait till he wakes up.
You're right, it might be easier. I'll ask the DM. What do you think? Would that be easier, or would that make it like...
I mean
he's not
he'll still get a will save to try to negate it, but with him being unconscious, it'll be a disadvantage. It's a little easier to do it when you can't consciously fight back.
I have a question. Should I wear this, or should I give it to somebody else and turn into something small where I can go ahead?
I mean, I have
Currently-
wings. I can't do it.
But say currently the only few people that are human-esque are you and Wanda, and Zero knows Wanda quite well, my sister knows me quite well, and Suzaku knows Tahlu quite well. So you and Ruin are the only two that could feasibly pull this off, and Ruin's got a giant set of wings on him.
So that eliminates me.
No, but what I'm asking is, would it be more beneficial to wear this uniform or be like a rat?
Uniform.
Okay. I got a 19. I rolled a 19 for my disguise.
I mean, you're able to get the clothes on. They don't fit as well as you would like. It's a bit baggy in the pants in certain areas, and the top is a little tighter than you would like, as it's designed for a slightly smaller guy than you, but you make it work.
Ruin's gonna stuff this guy somewhere after Wanda's done.
I mean, it's literally a room with nothing else in it. It's just literally a 15 by 15 room with a door.
Okay, well, so there's no. It's just a big old room.
It's just an empty. It's literally a receiving space for people to get teleported into.
All right, good. Well, then I'm just gonna leave his ass there tied up. Check his gear and stuff.
Fully easy enough for you to do. As far as his gear, he has a long sword. He has a crossbow, handheld crossbow bolt that has 20 bolts. He has his normal masterwork level longsword. And other than that, for the rest of his gear, he has what looks to be 2 vials and a bag that was on his hip. That's
I'll
it.
take the vials. I'm like, what the hell are these?
You
Or do they look similar to the potion that I took earlier?
They do not.
Oh.
These are both gray. You have no idea what they are.
Do they resemble that little black bottle that I have?
Nope. These are slightly different. These look like science vials, for lack of a better word.
It'll take too long to decipher for now.
Okay, well, like, do you want the little science stuff, Sid?
Sure, I'll take them.
There you go.
All right. And with that, roughly it takes about a good 10 minutes for you to get fully changed, get him tied up, grab the stuff, and you'll be able to grab his gear so you can, like, look the part. On the bright side, though, they don't have their heads covered, so you don't have to worry about that, or your horns, anything like that. And you're in the outfit, so it fits tight enough. What are you doing?
Did we get anything from Wanda's brain dive?
Thoughts?
Yeah.
Let me see. From what you would get from his detect thoughts. Oh. Actually, you would not be able to get into his thoughts. Even with him being asleep and his disadvantages, he rolled high enough to defeat it at disadvantage.
Come on, bro.
His low roll with disadvantage was a 20.
Damn.
Oh, damn. So do we just snap his neck and be done with it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's chaotic. But I don't want to just kill the guy either. I mean,
Hey.
It'll be what it be, man.
Decisions.
like
We've got him tied up, right?
Yeah, he's tied up. He's here.
Tied the fuck up.
All right.
Which I'm
let's
assuming
see.
you tied him up and you also gagged him.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But yeah,
The man
he's
is quite
tied
literally just sitting in his skivvies.
He's tied
Okay,
up
then.
pretty fucking well then.
All right, then we'll leave him alone. All right, let's go. Come on, Wanda. Or Luna, I mean. Out front. We got an outfit.
Mm-hmm. I get up in there.
Get up. Don't say that.
Damn. Like, just damn.
All right, then I will ask when you guys hit the hallway, are you going right or left?
He came from our left.
He did come in from your guys' left.
I'm going left.
That's the way he came from.
I mean, do we really want to go that way? That means there's nothing really there if you keep.
No, that means that's where he was stationed, and that would be the largest area we have where no one should be patrolling. So let's head left.
Okay, never mind. All right, brain power.
All right, so with that, you all are heading left. And as you go walking your way down towards the left, it's only a 10 by 10. What is the order that you're walking in?
I'll take.
Obviously, be first.
Yeah. Luna, followed by 5 foot back, Ruin, Tahlu, Wanda, me.
Okay. That is excellent. As you walk your way down there, all of a sudden, at the end of the hallway, you see a massive set of double doors. They look very much like the first door you saw, with them being black and having basically silver handles on the sides and bands on there.
Can I put my ear to it to hear anything?
You can.
At that point, Ruin's gonna motion everyone to get against the wall before we open the door.
What would that be? A perception?
It would be a perception check.
It is a 17.
17 total.
Yes.
All right. With you hearing that on one side, from what you can hear on the other side, it sounds very much like... the best way to say it, it sounds like a very rhythmic sound. Vroom, 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 vroom.
Like machinery?
That would be the best way to say it.
Like
The Luna who lived out in the country hasn't heard a lot of machinery.
Yeah, I must say I don't know what the fuck that is. Wait, do I know that it is machinery, or would I be like, I have no clue?
You would have no real clue as you've not really dealt with machinery before.
Yeah, I'm gonna just be like, there's a humming? I don't want to strike my shoulders.
It's easier if you just go look, because you have this. There's the skies. Ruin's literally just gonna pull open the door to let her through. And
I take a deep breath and I walk through. That's very scary. I don't wanna, but okay.
As you walk into this room, from what you can see, there are large, massive machines that seem to be putting together, for lack of a better word, looking at it, it seems like an assembly line. You can see a part where it looks like there's what looks to be some type of wide-based kind of platform, like an octagon that's slapped down, the two of them. And then as it carries along, you can see there seems to be machines that are adding parts to it until it ends up coming out to being about a 10-foot golem by the time it's done across the room, which this room goes about almost 200 feet down. And this kind of belt seemingly snakes back and forth, adding things to it. It's warm in here. It's roughly about 15, 20 degrees hotter, as there's an entire almost lava press on one end that's helping to forge these things out of a press. And from what you can see, there are rows and rows being stacked up as they are being taken all the way to the far end. From what you can see at a distance, it looks like there's about at least 15 of those being stacked. The process seems to be a bit long, but it seems like it's making one roughly about every, depending on how long you sit there, maybe about every 5 minutes.
Oh no, we're not going to stand there that long. At that point, Ruin's looking for a way to shut this down or reverse it.
Yeah, do I would I know how to explain that when I get out there, when I come back?
I mean,
Do you see anybody in there? Is the best question.
Do I see anybody?
You do not see anyone.
Then we can walk in.
Okay, I get everybody.
At that point, Ruin's like, alright, there's got to be a lever around here or something. Turn this thing off.
You do not actually see any levers right here.
Well, shit. Well, I got that guy's longsword. I don't know how well this will handle throwing.
Can I cool the lava?
You want to try to cool lava?
Yeah. Oh no. No.
I'm about to say,
That's a bad idea.
Is there any belts or pulleys, Ace?
From what you can see, a lot of it seems to be a lot of different mechanical wires and stuff that are hanging above it. If you want to try to mess with some of that, you could, but it would take you a minute to try to get an idea of where to start with it, as it looks, even for you with your mechanical background, this looks complex as shit. Like, this looks highly advanced. It looks like something you would see Percy making Whitestone, not some shit you expect to find under a graveyard in Tolerian.
It's like, hot damn, oh, damn.
Okay, if we know that it's complex, usually complex spells tend to fall apart when one piece is out of alignment.
So we just gotta break one piece out of the line, right?
Like a gear. Let's just kick over this conveyor part right here.
Simple means simple solutions. Now, how do we do it? Does it look breakable, Ruin?
I mean, you can. There's gotta be a way to just gotta snap one of these wires. Does a perception? Do I roll a perception or do I roll engineering for this?
It'd be engineering.
Oh, that's a modified 20 because I rolled a 15.
Looking at the whole idea of it, I was going to say, you think that you could possibly try to either mess with one of these, like roughly 6 stations, though you're not sure which one would be the one to mess with. You're also not sure if you did it, there wouldn't be some type of alarm that would go off, because it looks like it's designed to go automatically, and if something goes wrong, then something would go off to let people know. So you imagine that once you do it, it's going to give an alert.
At that point, Ruin will be like, if we do mess with it, there's a high chance it's going to set off an alarm. So the only way to really disable this is to find the control room.
Can you see anything like above or anything like that? A door besides the one we came in?
I was going to say, not looking from where you came in on the far side of the room might be something, but you don't see any doors or anything on this side. There's just, when you walk into the left, near where the carrier can bend, starts about 30 feet back, you can see and feel the heat from the lava up there as it gets poured into like what seems to be a press, which begins the process.
Well, it's better for us to hurry up and quickly get out of here, just in case those constructs decide to come to life.
Yeah.
That is true. In about the 5 minutes you've been there, you've seen that one's been completed and that another one's been started.
Yeah, let's go.
Come on, let's get out of here.
And with that,
Okay.
you make your way through. As you go past it, from what you can see on the far side of the room, looking down at it, you can see that in this one hallway where it looks as if these are being slowly moved back, you can start to hear a couple of voices saying, all right, all right, all right, tell it to pull, heave. And all of a sudden you hear loud grunting from what sounds like some type of animal as you see that entire group of what you saw of golems being slowly pulled back to the right as you're approaching it, that hallway.
I shoot everybody back. Wait, so we should not go that way, right?
Ideally, that's the only other way to go, just as even though this is like a 40-foot hall, it's still a hall that goes from one end to the next.
Nah.
But there are people that way.
From what it sounds like there were 2 people that way.
2 people? Oh, we can take 2 people.
Yeah, that's if we can take them without setting off an alarm.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we... What are they doing? See if you can go help them.
It looks... Oh, okay. Okay.
At that point, Ruin's gonna be like, Wanda,
I'll go help.
meld into the walls or something, or follow closely behind her and then sink into the wall. Or used an illusion spell, probably be able to get a jump on them.
So, we're jumping them, or I'm distracting them while Wanda finds the room?
Wanda is joining you, so hopefully they can help jump them. Wanda jumps them from behind. All 3 of you, quote unquote, go to attack Wanda. Wanda gets one, you get the other.
Okay.
I would say, Ruin, it is in a room up above where you could probably fly and try to get the drop on people. That is about 40 feet worth of room.
Yeah, because that's where Ruin's gonna hit is up. Yeah, hopefully that noise and everything's gonna mask him being in the air.
All right. So, Wanda, are you doing your melding?
Yes.
Okay. So, Wanda, you meld into the wall, which you see Wanda just step back and just step into the wall and disappear. Luna, are you walking around the corner?
Yes. And I say, let me help you with that, and I start pushing.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, they're kind of on like a sled, and from what you can see, it's like basically a platform that's being pulled back by some pack animal towards like the far end of the hall, where looking past it, you can see what looks to be, you don't even know how many, but hundreds off into the distance of these huge golems. And you hear
That's a lot.
And you hear the guys kind of like, yeah, you could. Wait, who are you? As one of them kind of turns around and looks back towards the darkness.
I'm new. Just transferred in.
Make a bluff check.
Wanda, I hope you're in close, because Ruin's about to just come in
Oh
and
my god.
fuck out of one of them.
I rolled a 2. Oh, my bluff is a 3. I got a 5.
Well, why does everything we do just go wrong?
I know, we had a plan.
You see them like do it, and you hear one of them like, "Hi, hold," and you hear the animal kind of as this huge elephant-sized animal, and all of a sudden you hear like the jaw in the metal. You said you transferred in, shing, shing. From what you can see, from where they're standing, they're roughly about 20, 25 feet up. Ruin, you could easily probably get to the one on the left. Wanda, you can easily get directly beside the one on the right, as they seem to be very focused on Luna at the moment as they are moving forward towards her.
All right, Ruin is ready. He's gonna. If Wanda can see him, Ruin's gonna motion to the one on the right and drop in to an attack. Knock this other one on the left out.
All right. I would say make an attack and let's see how much damage you do and see if it knocks him out.
Yeah, because Ruin's gonna do that verity of his freaking Falcon Punch, but he's gonna bring in his sword and club the fuck out of him.
Actually, I would say both of you roll initiative, even though you'll have a surprise attack round to see if this works.
I got a 20 again because I rolled 17 on that.
Nice.
We got a nat 20 for initiative.
What's your total?
My total will be
Plus dex.
27.
Okay. Then you are doing good. Ruin, you drop down on yours and you hit him. How hard did you hit him?
Am I rolling damage or do I roll the attack?
I was gonna say you roll damage because I'm pretty sure you would. Well, you can roll to hit, see if you hit it. It's possible you miss.
Oh, I've rolled a 34. I'm gonna hit him.
No. Then you hit the fuck out of him.
Let's see, 5 plus 2. That's 7. And Winter Thorn, both hands.
And this is a human.
Ooh, that's 18 then. So 7 plus 18. That is a 25 on the damage for that. Yeah, dropping in on him and just clubbing the fuck out of him.
All right, I will give him a fortitude save to see if he. Nope, he drops in a fucking heap. Never mind. All right, Wanda, yours also rolled a natural 20, but you have a higher dex than him, so you beat him. He hears this companion drop, and you then automatically go in on him. What are you doing?
Striking him with Dark Thorn. I'm gonna go for, obviously a one-hit kill.
Okay, so you're going for Dark Thorn with a hit. Roll to hit. Technically get 2 attacks.
Oh, sweet. So that'll be, well, dope. That'll be a nat 20 for the first one, so total of 30, and a 15 for the second one. Add a second attack, dirty 20 for the second attack.
Those both hit. Roll your damage. Actually, that should be enough. Let's see.
It was a freaking nat 20 with Dark Thorn. The last time he fucked up Xavier with that one hit.
Actually, I can tell you now that person that you hit, they fall to the ground dead.
Oh.
They pulled their weapon and went to go to get the strike, but your strike hits so fast that literally you hear it and they just collapse as they're dead already on their feet. And Luna, you see it, which is probably the oddest thing, is you see Ruin drop on one, which makes a bit of a thud sound, but over the noise of the machinery, it's not loud at all. But Wanda's is so quick and fast, you don't even see that Wanda's made the kill until you just see the person is dropped.
I'm just like, okay, guys, all right, look at you.
It's like freaking
Yeah,
battle.
and I rolled max damage for that nat 20 too, so...
Yeah, they were dead.
They
The
were
blade
tough.
basically came out and went straight through the side of the neck. With that being said, the pack animal was actually fairly calm despite all this because it's been trained to just do what the fuck it's supposed to do. But on the bright side, as you guys give the all clear and you come around, you can see in this hallway ahead of you, looking at all of the actual golems that are stacked up, just counting row by row, there's easily probably hundreds to thousands in this chamber, going back as far as you can see.
Oh, shit.
We have...
I'm no master tactician, but this is a war.
Can I, if I were to, turn into a lava elemental and, do something with, walk by them, right? Could I, enter them in a way where they would not be able to move?
You could turn into either a fire, an earth, or water elemental. You cannot turn into a lava elemental.
I would say
that's
at this
combining the two.
Mm-hmm. Ruin's just looking at it like, shit, they're gonna need freaking Tahlu to get rid of all these guys if they attack.
And after Tahlu hears that, he's like, yeah, and she wanted to have me dispelled.
Wait, what? Who wanted to have you expelled?
Oh, what? Nothing.
And with that, as you sit there looking over this huge cavern, which, just so you know, on the other side of the walkway from where you guys came to the machine room, across the hall, there was another set of double doors, but down this right, when you took this right instead, this heads to a hallway where all the golems are being stored. So you technically have 2 ways you can go. You can either go into the golem room, or you can take the door across from the assembly room. But that is where we will leave things with you all contemplating all of those golems and what the fuck they could be wanting them for.
Okay. You also said I couldn't turn into a lava elemental, but they exist. Is it only because we're elemental shape?
I was going to say, I think it's more because of the level of your elemental shape and what you are. Because a lava elemental is combining different elementals of fire and earth. So it's more that it's combining two different types than one of the basic types. But I'll double check that to make sure.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, because I think Rowan was going to try again. He's going to keep trying that ring whenever he gets a chance. Obviously,
you can constantly try it.
But he's going to be constantly trying it.
Yes, ma'am. You can technically only turn into a medium air, earth, fire, or water elemental.
Okie dokie.
But it says you're medium size, so that's nice. You're not small.
Anymore.
Yes, indeedly do. So, wow, it's been a lovely time and everything's been great. In the words of the great Jay-Z, you could have been anywhere in the world tonight, but you chose to be here with us, so I appreciate that. And we'll see you next week for episode 18, Aegis Academy, The Underground. Thank you all for coming out.